Welcome, everybody. This is the Finance Committee for the Holyoke City Council. It's a it feels like December. June 14th meeting, final Finance Committee meeting before the end of the fiscal year, so we have an incredibly hefty agenda. Tonight we will be on Zoom. We will be recorded on Zoom. We will be streamed. We'll be live on the public access channel, and we'll be here in the chambers. We expect at least one member on Zoom, so we will be hybrid, which will require us to do a couple votes a little different, but no problem. I'll just introduce real quickly. To my left is Will Plowell. He's a member of the committee. To my right, Peter Tallman, a member of the committee. In the chambers with us is Councilor Vacan. Online is Councilor Israel Rivera, Councilor Jose Maldonado. And at the moment, that is it.
Councilor Gibner.
Councilor Gibner has now joined us. In the chambers, we have very many special guests, but including Mayor Garcia as always. And we certainly welcome you, Mayor. Councilor Tallman, can you read that motion real quick?
Yeah, make a motion to take a roll call vote for that the purposes of this meeting will be applicable to all motions to remove items from the table, place items on the table, package items together, or suspend the rules unless there is an objection.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. That's a Zoom hybrid rule law that we follow, passed down from the state. And Councilor Juan Anderson Burgos, who's a member of the committee, has just joined us by Zoom, so that's why we do this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Juan, we just passed a motion to do roll call votes for final votes if necessary, but
I heard it, I agree.
Routine.
I'm a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And with that in mind, let's get going.
Motion to take item number 1 off the table for
Motion
discussion.
made. Second, we take item 1 off the table. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Introduced under my name for the mayor that there be hereby transferred in fiscal year 2024 from fiscal year 2023 free cash in the amount of $35,000 into OPED historic program costs. Mayor Garcia is here. We have Jennifer Keith from the OPED office here, and at the moment, I believe that's it. Jennifer, Mayor, who's taking the lead?
Good evening,
Mayor?
councilors. Yeah,
Good evening.
I am here. So, did you want to go over your free cash certification in general, so it's clear in what we're about to dive into, or do you just go with the requests straight into the?
Actually, I don't see our auditor with us just yet.
She's right here. No, she's over here.
I see our auditor. See, there's a glare from that window over there. You're welcome to do it. Tanya's welcome to do it. What the mayor is referring to is we got free cash certified very late in the year. And free cash needs to be, I call it reappropriated, which is nothing unusual. But being very late in the year, and the mayor talked about this last year, something we are learning about is this year's free cash, which is fiscal 2023, can be designated for expenses in next fiscal year 2024, which I believe is what you're talking about.
Well, so this actually free cash certification was for the closing of fiscal year 22, correct?
Yeah, so what it is it's for 2022 to be used in the 2023 fiscal year. So they call it 2023 free cash. It's from the 2022 close
Correct.
of the year end.
Let's not confuse things that are already
I
confusing.
know, but I just to add though, there, Councilor, just so
No,
you
but I think the key here is how we're allowed to use it for next year.
Yep. But for the closing of fiscal year 22, for the folks that were here, I believe, Acting Mayor Murphy, all the councilors and department heads, Tanya and the work that she's doing, it's that work during that year that's produced an incredibly healthy level of free cash. So the free cash certification here, we're talking about 4.1 million with a returned earnings from source stabilization account of $276,500. And so we have in front of you tonight a list of items, one of which you're about to take up now, of how we're looking to invest these free cash dollars. And just know, counselors, department heads are here ready to explain their due diligence and the reasons why. Whatever is not supported, just so you're aware, let's say you decide to not go forward or support X, that money will just stay in what I often refer to as the free cash cloud, and will just roll over the next, when we close 23. And hopefully it's by the winter time and not so late around this time of the year. It'll just kind of stay in that cloud, and you'll notice that dollar amount within that certification in the future. A lot of these requests in front of you, the best practice, it's one-time related expenses. Usually the practice, you try to stay away from using free cash to fund day-to-day operations. I'm looking forward to just go line by line and explaining the rationale on why that particular request is there using free cash as we go forward and try to, really not only invest these funds appropriately, but also, making sure that we're doing it in a way that keeps up with the needs of the city. But with that said,
Just on the free cash, and with Tanya here too, we received some information today, and I agree with you, that, what we don't use, becomes free cash into the free cash for whatever we want to call next year. But we also know, and with the Division of Local Services and starting with our outside auditor, there is a scrutiny of deficit and overdrawn line items within the current budget, and actually some going years back. And we did receive some information. It looks like, am I reading this where the available money for free cash was over 7 million?
Yep.
Yes, but that doesn't take into account the receipts that are received between 7/1 and 9/30. So when we created that list, we have to monitor that, see what cash comes in, and work with the different departments in reconciling. So yes, it could have ultimately, that was a deficit. So we worked the deficit from the 7 million to the $2 million deficit that you see. With the grants and the refunds due. So a lot of the deficits that you're seeing right now are actually like refunds due and the cleaning up of some of the accounts here, like the tax lien variance and the tax foreclosure variances. So we actually cleaned the majority of this list that you have in front of you now, because it is so late in the year, has been cleaned up. In the older grant deficits, they may be a year or 2 years old at the most. But they're not old like they used to be, like things from 2014, 2015, 2017. We've reconciled all of those items.
And
So the $3,466,012 that was minus from the $7,315,000 is what?
You're talking about the $3 million. That's your real estate tax receivables. That's money on your taxes that we haven't received yet. That's pretty normal. Those subtraction of the receivables, those are bills that we're waiting to come in. They were just billed. So those are normal. You're going to see those receivables on there all the time because they sit on the balance sheet, and it's a liability because you don't know if you're going to collect them or not.
So I guess my only question is when those receivables come in, does that increase the free cash amount?
Well, if they would have come in before 9/30, it would have, but they weren't even billed then. So that's just normal billing that you're seeing for the personal property and the real estate tax. You're going to see that every year because that has to do with your normal everyday business. So that's always going to be taken into account. You're always going to have receivables, as long as you're billing for taxes.
Thank you.
Personal property.
Any other questions on free cash? If not, Mayor, on this particular transfer.
so this particular transfer, and this isn't, I have our appointed commissioners from the Historic Commission that are here.
We were chatting before you came in.
Excellent.
I told them they were in the wrong room. Welcome, to both our commissioners.
And this was just through conversations I've been having with the chair and other members on the commission on some of their needs. Actually, a big part of what they want to do is more historic inventory work in the city. I consulted with our friends at the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission to have a historic preservation on staff to try to get a scope of what it would take for this person to work with the historical commission to do historic inventory work, and that's the dollar amount that's in front of you. And Commissioner, if you want to add more into project details or why this is important to the work you're doing on the commission, and the mic, make sure it's on.
It's really going to help the historical commission.
I think there's a button there.
There.
Got it.
It's going to help the historical commission, Fairfield, the building inspector, OPID, Wisteria Hearst. Just basically the support that we need for demolition delays, et cetera, going forward with any type of analytical forms, gathering research, which we have been in great need for quite some time.
Pretty much technical support of, not just, and we have a wonderful admin assistant and OPED that does the best she can, great,
Yes.
offering. But we're talking about historical level technical support in the details of what's involved when you're navigating laws and historic preservation and so forth. So that's what that is.
Jennifer, did you want to add anything?
Actually, I do not. I wasn't in a lot of the conversations that led up to this. But I do agree that they need some additional support for sure to get into the weeds of the work that they do. And we have plenty of things to handle with this money, so it would be great to see this go through.
Okay. Jennifer, Mayor, Tanya, this is a newly created line item, I'm kind of guessing. And whose budget will it be in?
So this is actually not a new line item. This line item already exists within the OPED program under historical program costs. So we'll be putting that money into that particular line for spending.
Is there any money in the mayor's budget already?
Yeah, they do for 2024?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have normal costs in there for 2020, for every year. I don't have my budget book, otherwise I'd tell you exactly how much it is, but I can check it for you.
Is that just for the historical commission or OPID as a whole?
It's really just called historical program costs. So I'm not really spend out of there, but maybe somebody from the OPED department could tell you. I could probably look it up for you though too if you want. I want to say they have about $5,000 in there a year.
Jen, do you know what's normally funded out of that line item?
Unfortunately, I do not. That would be an Aaron question.
Aaron's not with us though, correct?
He is not on right now. No, he's not. I'm sorry.
Actually, no, there's only
It's $300.
$1,000 budgeted for historic programs.
Yeah, so I have 300 for 2023. So probably they changed it and increased it for the next year.
So it's, Mayor, I'm just anticipating questions next Tuesday. Your technical support, is it any hiring of a consultant or,
Right.
so who would hire the consultant?
So who would or
Yeah.
who is the consultant?
Well, we
Who
can't
would?
have a hire, there's no money, so there can't be a consultant yet.
Right. Well, so we've worked, the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission has a historic preservationist on staff that works with cities and towns around this work, level of work. So, and the contract, so the way we're structured here in the city, created before me, you have OPED that offers the oversight, technical support of these budget line items for different boards, and historical commission's one of them. So the contract would be between the city and Pioneer Valley Planning Commission through the OPED office for the Historical Commission.
Is there any discussion? Dahman?
I'll make a motion to approve the transfer of $35,000 to the OPED historic program cost from free cash.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I have to do a roll call. Counselor Dahlman?
Yes.
Counselor Powell?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. That passes 4-0. Our fifth member should be joining us shortly, but we will report this out to the full city council next Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Motion to take up item 2.
Mr. Chairman, can I go out of order and take up number 45? There's another item
Please. Yeah.
from OPED.
Oped's still here.
Yeah.
Good call.
Motion made and second to proceed out of order because the chair didn't know what this grant was. And it is for OPED. It's item number 45. It's a community planning grant, $200,000 no match. On a motion to go out of order, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. So this is a grant received by the OPED department. It's for 2023. We'll get some more information about it. It is $200,000 and it has no match, and it's coming from the Mass Gaming Commission. Jennifer, are you here on this one?
I am.
Okay, would you like to walk us through the grant?
I sure can. Thank you for having me, counselors. This is from the Mass Gaming Commission. This is the Community Mitigation Fund. Some of you may remember back in 2019, we received money through this same grant, which helped us create our tourism plan, our historic tourism plan. We were able to get up and running the exploreholyoke.com website, and we initiated the Doors Open event along with a few other events that year. So this year we applied and we received $200,000. And in the packet that was sent earlier, you'll notice we have it actually itemized as to what we'll be spending this grant on. So this go round, it will go towards website operations so that we can keep exploreholyoke.com going. That is going really great. So if any of you ever have any events or anything that are happening here in the city of Holyoke, feel free to submit those on the website. Any new businesses that come into the community, you can submit your business information on that website. It's been very helpful. Another initiative we have is we are bringing Beyond Walls back into the city of Holyoke. I'm sure some of you have seen that come across social media or the news or, you know, the newspaper. They do arrive and they'll be starting actually, I believe within the next couple days. They have a contract. There's other members of the community that are involved in that as well. We also are working towards creating a shuttle service between MGM and Holyoke for our local events in an attempt to spur more tourism, to get people to come from outside of Holyoke. So we're trying to expand our reach. Another is we will be financing some of our regular local events and tourism initiatives that we've outlined in the application previously. We'll be implementing our historic heritage plan, which was the plan created with the initial bucket of money. So now with this money, we'll be able to implement that plan. And finally, we will put some of this money towards the marketing consultant. We recently did bring on an agency to help us market the city, and this will further that initiative so that, again, we can increase the tourism, make it more regional as opposed to just here in the city. So that's what we're hoping to do with this $200,000.
Thank you. I only have one quick question. The shuttle bus to MGM and back, that's bringing people from MGM here, not people from Holyoke to MGM.
No. Nope, it's to bring people into events. And so we haven't started talking about it because we just got word that we received the grant. So in the coming weeks, those will be discussions that we'll be having.
Thank you.
You're
Councilor
welcome.
Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have 3 questions on this grant. So that's a lot of money, $200,000. That's really cool. So my first question is, can any of this money be put towards the master plan? That I know there's been a lot of conversation about funding that.
No, all of the money that we get through this grant has to be towards mitigating any effects of having the casino. And so a lot of these are to draw some of the tourism that the casino is bringing in to Holyoke. And so that is kind of the relation to the mitigation of the casino. So it wouldn't really work if I were to try to say, you know, we're looking at doing the Holyoke master plan. We do actually, Councilor Puello, have other funding that is going towards the master plan, so that is actually being worked on.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. And then my last question too is about the website. How much did you guys spend on the website last year? Like 35 grand on the website's like, whoa.
Yeah, I want to say it was, see, I wasn't here, and I honestly would have to look that up. I don't want to misquote because I wasn't here when that grant was received, but I can certainly look it up and get back to you.
For sure, yeah, that'd be cool. I would check with the contractor. 35 grand for website's pretty crazy for a year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank
Jennifer,
you.
if you could just email Jeff or text him with that, that we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And Councilor Israel Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question for me is, with regards to the funding, is any of it going towards like programming around addiction to gambling?
Actually, that is something that is coming into fruition, but not through this grant, but that is something that we are going to be addressing.
Only because it is like a community mitigation grant. So like ideally, at least some of it would go to some form of addiction towards gaming or that type of stuff. But
Absolutely. And this actually isn't, I'm sorry, Counselor.
no, I was like, yeah, other than that, anything else sounds pretty great.
Oh yeah, this actually isn't the only grant that we're getting through this fund. And so but that has certainly been a topic of discussion and we will be tackling that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Seeing none?
Make a motion to approve the grant?
Motion made second that we approve and recommend adoption of this, accepting this grant as we do under Mass General Law. If there's no further discussion, a roll call, Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Puello?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes, that passes 401. Thank you, Jennifer, appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
See ya.
Only
42.
44 more to go, Mayor.
Motion to take item number 3 off the
10
table?
minutes. Take it as a package.
Number 2. No, I don't take item number 2
I'm in
off the
favor.
table.
Motion made second, we take item number 2 off the table. All those in favor, any opposed, so moved. Introduced by myself for the mayor that there be hereby appropriate transfer for fiscal year 2024 from fiscal year 2023 free cash $45,000 to Weights and Measures Capital Outlay Vehicle for the sewer weights and measures. It's off, all those in favor take off the table. Any opposed? So moved. Thank you. We have with us Marcus, right?
Yes.
Marcus, welcome. It's not your inaugural Voyage here. It's your second one.
My
And
second one.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
And nice to see you as well.
Could you and you can help the mayor on this one, but can you explain the vehicle you need and the cost and everything?
Absolutely. So the truck is a lot more than just a means of transportation. It's an essential and required tool for this job. It will serve as a safe storage facility for items including weights, weight kits, safety equipment such as 36-inch road cones and cone bars, 5-gallon test measurers and provers, hand carts, additional personal protective equipment, and numerous other tools and equipment. The truck is critical to gas station work as we're not able to transport some of the equipment required at the facility in personal vehicles due to things like fumes and the flammable and combustible nature of these liquids. So what we need is a truck to be able to provide this gas station work in a safe manner. But in addition, the volume of items, including weight kits that we have and that we're constantly using on site at these establishments, are very heavy and very awkward and very difficult and challenging to be trying to bring in and out of an office, in and out of a building, into a borrowed truck or another truck and then transported back in at the end of the day. It's so counterproductive and inefficient. This way we're able to organize everything on the ground floor, get this system in place, done properly in the beginning, and make sure we have everything we need to provide the proper services at these establishments in a safe and efficient manner.
So, Counselor, sorry, go ahead.
Mayor, I think you're going to answer my question, so go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that when he first came on board, I knew that there was going to be eventually a vehicle needed because of the equipment, the size of the equipment and whatnot. But what I told Marcus is, get in here and do an inventory, and we're going to we're building department. And so that is why the last time he was here, he went, he learned, he actually shadowed other sealers in other communities, understood what the needs were, and when then we came forward with that line item transfer to get some stuff off the ground. Now he's got a budget that's in front of you tonight, with the exception of the normal budget, the appropriation budget. And he's done a lot of research on not just any vehicle, but the right vehicle. So not having more than what we need and not having less than what's needed. And so he's got some quotes, or a quote that is meeting the need of what he learned he needs to be able to respond to these, to do sealers, to seal the different weighing things that are out there in the community.
I would share with you what the last vehicle for the sewer weights and measures looked like, but I think it's in the bottom of the second level canal and needs to stay there. But that conversation we had with you, we welcomed Marcus, and we certainly once again welcome you aboard. One more question though is the purchase of the vehicle. Was it an RFP? Is it going through the purchase department? Or how are we doing it?
You work with Jamie, state bid lists?
Correct. Yeah, state bid list. I worked with Marcotte Ford, one of the representatives there, the government and municipal sales representative, Colby. They've been terrific throughout the process. Again, as the mayor mentioned, we felt it very beneficial to review all types of vehicles available for this type of job, but more specifically for Holyoke's needs. Making sure that we're not, getting something too large or too small. We're getting something just right. All of that whole evaluation process has taken place. Everything has been reviewed. We've narrowed everything down to one specific thing, which we feel is in Holyoke's best interest going forward for this department, for this job, and for everything that's entailed within that. And it is a Ford Ranger with a 6-foot bed. It will have a custom bed slide installed in the back for organizational purposes for all of these items, so everything is situated in a safe manner, so all of these expensive and potentially hazardous items are not just rolling around in the back of a truck.
And trust me, I think I can speak for almost everybody, but I will try. We get the need, and we understand the importance of the work that you do, and I understand what you're saying about the safety, the protection, and the need for the tools of the trade, especially gas stations. I got 2 gas stations. I think I'm getting overcharged, so I hope you get out there soon. Is it gonna go through Marcotte Ford? Can you do that, or does the state bid list, tie you into where you have to buy the vehicle?
No, it should be going through Marcotte Ford, and I think we're ready to go. I think we have a green light to go, and I believe everything is in place to move forward with this.
Does the $45,000 covers the purchase, which includes the whole vehicle being fitted for you?
It includes everything, sir. Everything is included, and it's a little under that number.
Councilor Tomlin.
Yeah, just a couple of quick thanks, Marcus, for coming down tonight, and it's really important. This position is so vital that we really need this and the work that you do in our city. Two quick questions. Is this vehicle going to have some type of decal on it, and wondering where it's going to be housed at night?
Like City of Holyoke decal, you mean, like on the side? That's certainly something that we can put on there. Yeah, I believe it should have that. Makes sense to me. Where it's going to be housed, Mayor, could you remind me where the animal control inspector keeps his? I can imagine it's probably going to be housed in the same vicinity.
Over at the police garage.
I gotta shut up.
Yeah. It's the first level garage is where we keep the animal control. So when he comes to work in his personal vehicle.
See me after the meeting. We'll talk about that one.
About the garage?
No, about where the vehicle is. Not a bad thing.
The animal control vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't want to say it out loud.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sorry.
And that's basically what basically all I had.
Okay. Well, let me also add this. Of course, due to the contents that are going to be housed within this vehicle, we certainly want to ensure that it's in a safe area,
environment,
without a doubt.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, okay,
This is imperative.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
We don't want it blowing up.
Councilor Israel Rivera.
I just wanted to thank Marcus. This is the first time I actually get to actually meet you. Maybe I'll meet you in person, but great presentation. I'll vote for it.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? Councilor Plowell.
Yeah, what year is the vehicle?
Oh, it's going to be brand new, sir.
So 2023.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Great. Thanks.
And on one future city council meeting, Marcus, maybe you could spend a little time and drive it up right before we meet so we can take a look at it.
Absolutely. Yes, we can do that.
Any further discussion?
Make a motion to approve the transfer.
Second.
Motion made and second that we approve and recommend the adoption of transfer to the next city council meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So moved. Oh,
We got it.
sorry, roll call.
Roll call vote.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Plowell?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
And we're joined now in person by Councilor Jordan
Yes.
and Councilor McGivern, yes. Motion carries. Marcus, thank you. And
Thank you very much.
Just so I can get in practice, because Gabrielli?
Yes, you got
Got
it.
it.
Gabrielli, yes.
Right.
Really? Yeah.
Yes.
Councilor Jordan, we did have a quick discussion on free cash and what we were talking about, was it last night?
Oh, yes.
With the, I don't know if you want any questions about the using what was certified from 2022 for fiscal 2023, but designated now, when so designated, to be spent in 2024.
No, that was their opinion, Mr. Chairman. It would be nice, though, if, just for our own background education, if there's a regulation or something that's cited that we could review. I had not heard of that previously. We sort of learned something new on that. I would like to just kind of do some background homework on that, if that's possible, just to send that along.
I'm sure we can find that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Motion to take item number 3 off the table for discussion.
Motion made second, we take item 3 off the table for discussion. This is, we actually, if you want to do 3 and 4 together, they're probably two separate discussions, but for our city solicitor.
Okay, 3 and 4 together?
Suspend the rules to allow 3 and 4 to be taken up for discussion and 2 separate votes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 3 is requested transfer from free cash. Again, this is 2023 certified to be used in 2024. This amount is $25,000 for legal special counsel. 4 is the same 2023 for 2024. The amount is of free cash is $75,000. This is for claims and damages. They're both off the table for discussion. We have with us our city solicitor, Lisa Ball, our assistant city solicitors, Kathleen Degan and Michael Bissonette, and of course the mayor. Lisa, did you want to walk us through this?
Yeah, sure. So as I had mentioned on Monday night, 2 of the line items that the law office manages are the claims, which are claims for the entire city. Also, our outside counsel, which I think I walked through, and I'm happy to do it briefly again tonight. what we spend on outside counsel right now is a lot less than what has been spent in the past. But I think 100,000 can very safely get us through this fiscal year, just with the contracts that we have. As I mentioned Monday, we have Attorney Dupre, that's $4,000 a month, so that's about half of the 100,000, as well as having KP to consult on various legal issues. We also have some outside counsel helping us to get caught up with housing issues in the city. We're doing some of that in-house, but we're also giving a little bit of it to outside counsel, and that's really helping us to get caught up with all of the problem properties in the city. And then just other miscellaneous things like workman's comp attorneys for DPW that we also spend that money on. So 100,000 is about what we're going to need. I mean, it could be a little bit more, but I'm hoping to keep it at that amount. Claims, as I said on Monday, it really fluctuates. 100 seems to be the average that we spend. It certainly some years is higher, some years it's lower. Sometimes I have to borrow money from other departments just to be able to pay claims, but 100 is really really what I think we're going to need to get through the year, and possibly more. So 25 is really not going to get us very far. We deal with potholes and slip and falls and all kinds of issues that happen with sidewalks or roadways. It all gets paid out of the solicitor's office. So we really need to have 100,000. That's generally what we ask for every year. So we're just asking if we could have that same amount in that account.
Okay, and you told us at the budget hearing, and the mayor, said the same thing, it was underfunded to a point where, well, especially with Attorney Dupre, because his is a 12-month retainer, so we have to keep, how much a month did you say?
He's 4,000, and as I think I said Monday, I mean, we really get a lot for that. It's really been nice to have a partner with him to kind of help us to get through the various employment issues. He does all the collective bargaining, arbitrations, civil service hearings. I mean, we spend a lot of time with him during the course of a week. So he spends hours, and it's not even that we would never say there's a month where, geez, we pay him a retainer and he doesn't do anything for us. That just doesn't happen. So it's 4,000 a month, which gets us to 48,000 for the year.
Okay. Any discussion? Mayor Garcia.
Council, it's an honor. And just to add to, so just as far as strategy is concerned, remember this current fiscal year's budget, we budgeted 0 for outside counsel. We used 150,000 while the office built up capacity, so she had that flexibility to, get stuff done while we're building up the department. This year's budget, we're budgeting 75,000. We're taking 25 to get you to that 100, and we're weaning off here. So ideally, we need to sustain this through appropriation and not free cash. As far as the claims one, that one, remember I told you when we talked about it, was the one I wish I can go back and not have done, and cut that from our regular budget. But I'm trying to plug that gap back in. But certainly, like I said earlier at the start of the meeting, we don't want to be in the habit of using free cash to fund just regular operations. It's good for one-time related expenses. It's good for planning. It's good for giving you, when I say whether if it's doing studies or giving you a little bit of flexibility while you're trying to figure out other things. But just as far as strategy, that's where I am with those two. That's the position here and why this is in front of you.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Lisa, one of the things that that's been really important to me is seeing an expansion of the receivership program. As you know, Springfield used that very effectively. This is something that the city had introduced about 10 years ago. And we had used special counsel or in-house counsel where we could to advance, really trying to clean up properties. holding landlords accountable for their property, people that have abandoned homes, and we've had great success, and also in recouping our costs related to those property redevelopments, because as you know, when we sell the property, the person that fixes the property is paid second in line to the tax bill that's there. And I wanted to ask you, how are you managing the receivership program today? Or one, are we still really actively using it? Because that's super important, I know, to me as an initiative, and it's really turned neighborhoods around by, you take a beautiful street and you got one person that just sort of walks away and abandons the home. Is the law department still really doing that? And are you doing that in-house, or are you using special counsel to do that?
So how I would answer that is we in the last, I would say 4 to 5 months in particular, we have really gone hard after some of these properties in Holyoke. And we have 2 different outside firms that we brought in on an RFP through ARPA, and gave them each, 6 rather complicated cases that, just really needed a lot of attention. And at the same time, also took on, I would say, between 6 and 10 in-house, between Attorney Bissonette and Attorney Manileski. We have been keeping a running list of what we're doing with all of the various properties, and what we're recommending for each and where they stand in either housing court or land court. And I think maybe it would be helpful if I, have that list and maybe share it with the entire city council as a communication for Tuesday, just to say, here's what we have, here's what we're doing, because we really are doing a lot, and it's not a one size fits all for any particular property. Like we do have regular meetings with, building and the health department, to see where are we with each property and what do we need to do and who's next on our list. So it's moving along really well.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. Thank you for doing that. I think that would be fantastic. If you could send us a communication, we get the recent update of, say, the ones you've been working on over maybe 2022 and into this portion of 23, that would be really helpful. And then, basically, are there others that might be on the horizon that you're thinking about as a committee? Or I'm assuming you guys have either a huddle where you get together to sort of identify these sort of tricky properties. And I know I certainly, if I have some, I'll speak up and send you some. But that's appreciated, because that's really something that we want to make sure we do for the quality of life of our residents and protecting their home values. So appreciate your work in that regard.
We have our Board of Health Director, Sean Gonzalez, has got his hand up.
Hi, good evening, all. I just wanted to follow up with Lisa. The outside counsel and the work that we've been doing with the law department really has been picking up speed and going really well. Today, for instance, outside counsel and myself and 2 members of the office sat with a property owner about 3 separate properties he owns. We had one in court actively, and we were able to use that as a little bit of leverage in order to get an agreement hammered out with 2 other properties where we had lingering issues. And I think one of the benefits of housing court is that, in order to make these repairs, you need to get permits. And so, we push really hard with these property owners to get permits and do the licensed repairs, which adds to the quality of the repairs and again, to the quality of the work in these units. And then when they do so, they're required to pay any outstanding taxes that they owe. And so not only are you rehabilitating properties that might have outstanding code violations, but then you're also getting back taxes tidied up in order to come into compliance. And so we've actually had multiple properties in the last month make significant tax payments and then also come to agreements with the city to make repairs to their property that have been lingering throughout COVID. So, different packages of properties with each outside counsel, but then also a pretty significant list. And I meet monthly with Jane and Lisa and 2 of my inspectors to sort of go over the active cases And then we report back to the PPG group as well with some of those updates. And we're exploring ways to transfer information from what's going on in that these code enforcement cases to other members of the city that might not be directly involved, so that there's a little bit more synergy and awareness when RFPs are filed or other activities are taking place with property owners. We can have a little bit of greater lateral awareness of all the parties we're working with and what's going on there.
Thank you, Sean.
Can I have one follow-up?
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, thank you. Either to Sean or Lisa on whatever report we're going to get. Can you make a point to make sure, if it's not already on your list, can you guys give us an update when you do that communication, specifically on the burned out building on Lower Cabot Street next to the grocery store in South Holyoke? Walked around there. That's been going on a long time. I did a walk around this past weekend in South Holyoke, and number of people are very concerned about what is the future status of that building, where are we going with all of that, and obviously the fencing is not being maintained the way it should. It's a dangerous building. I would call it moderately secured, but there's huge rubble piles all over it. It makes for an attractive nuisance for children. Want to know specifically if you could add that. Where are we with that and getting that thing down? And because I doubt it's going to be rehabbed. It looks like, it looks like something you'd see in the battle zone in Ukraine. Let's put it that way. So I'm assuming that, that's where it's going. So if you know the status, please add that to the report. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Do his package.
Make a motion to approve the two.
The two?
Motion is made and seconded to adopt both requests, and we'll forward this recommendation to the full city council next Tuesday. Roll call vote, Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes.
Councilor Thomas?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes, passes 5-0. Lisa, I think that's it, right?
Yes.
Hey, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mike, Kathleen, appreciate it. That's
Thank you.
4 departments down,
I have an update for you.
and we're down to 40 more orders to go.
Well, how about we go with item number 5 off the table?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to take item 5 off the table. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. This is a request of free cash, fiscal 2023, $4,627 for fiscal 2024 fire information technologies to replace dispatch computers. It's off the table for discussion. We're joined by our chief, John Kelowitz. Chief John, welcome.
How you doing, Counselor?
We're doing great. We understand where the money's coming from. Can you tell us how you're going to use it, or how you're proposing to use it?
Yes, that's for 4 computers for our dispatch center. We have 2 consoles, and each console uses 2 computers. One controls our mobile radio system, and one controls the dispatching within the stations. It's recommended at this point, they're 6 years old now, and they're recommended basically replaced every 5 years. So we're just at the point it's time to replace them.
Thank you. And I think we all understand how important the dispatch center is. Is there any discussion?
Make a motion to be approved.
Motion made and seconded that we approve this request. If there's no further discussion, we'll have a roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Okay, this one goes 5-0, goes to the full city council next week, chief. And the second
you.
one.
Motion to take item 6 off the table.
Motion made second, we take item 6 off the table, introduced by myself for the mayor. Another free cash from 2023 for 2024. This one is for $62,000. Capital outlay vehicles, deputy chief replacement vehicle. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Chief, you want to walk us through this one?
Yeah, this is going to be replacing, I misspoke the other night. I said it was 2005. It's a 2006 Expedition. It's got 90,000 miles on it. The situation it's in is it has extensive corrosion and body rot. Both sides, the rocker panels are rusted right through. Driver's side floor pan is rusted right through. Both the rear quarter panels have been repaired a couple of times, but they're rusting right through. The radiator support's pretty much non-existent now. That's rusted pretty much away. And then on top of that, you know, it has so extensive mechanical work that needs to be done in the near future. The body parts have gotten to the point where, you know, they're not readily available for us to purchase anymore also.
Chief, I know these vehicles are equipped with some fire tools of the trade, so to speak, and of course lights and things like that. Is this amount cover all that?
Yeah, this is for, we're gonna be looking to go, it's a hybrid Ford Explorer. We're trying to see if we can do something to get a little better fuel mileage out of it and be a little more green also. But yeah, it's the base vehicle plus the package. This is off the state bid. We had got the quote from MHQ, but we'll be going through Marcotte Ford to purchase it.
Okay, so just as we heard from the Sewer Weights and Measures, it's a state bid, confirmed, approved, but you can go through Marcotte. And what
Yes,
year
we
would
can.
what year would a vehicle be?
It's quoted at a 23, so as long as they still have 23s when we go to purchase it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilor Jordan.
Chief, are we paying a lot more to have a hybrid or not really?
It's not significantly higher. It isn't. Let me see if it's in the quote, the difference. Yeah, it's quoted on a hybrid, so they don't give me the quote for a non-hybrid, but I think I was talking to the guy, and it's probably a couple $1,000s more.
Okay,
But
okay.
I think we should be able to make that back with the increased fuel costs.
Well, the reason I say it doesn't really, I mean, fuel cost in this case isn't much. For example, I think I was here actually when we purchased, in fact, I know I was here, when we purchased the first vehicle, right? So the first one, we've had it for 17 years, and we've only driven it 90,000 miles in 17 years. That's about 4,000 miles a year. How much fuel efficiency do we need when you're only driving 4,000 miles a year with the vehicle, right? So I just don't want you
Yeah, that's fair.
dropping, like if you told me it's 10,000 extra, you would never earn that back when you're only driving 4,000 miles a year.
Absolutely. When we go to purchase it, I'll definitely double check what the cost of a regular one is also.
Okay.
And obviously, we wouldn't want to spend that kind of money just to go hybrid.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Givner.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment on the green vehicles. A lot of vehicle manufacturers aren't making as many gasoline vehicles. So the same problem that we're having now with the current vehicle with parts being hard to find, you may start to find that slowly with gasoline vehicles. So it's probably a good idea to go greener sooner, especially if the vehicle is going to be around so long. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Councilor.
Any further discussion? Councilor Powell?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. Just one question. What happens to the old 2006 Expedition? What happens to that vehicle?
Well, we're going to see if we can trade it in and get some kind of value for it.
Cool. Do you know how much?
I don't have an answer for that, Councilor.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't want to. I told department heads that have vehicles, as we replace vehicles, we're replacing them. Like, I don't want to keep vehicles, and I had the DPW do a lot of work getting rid of old vehicles that are just not being used at all. So we really want to replace them, get rid of them, not necessarily keep them around. And if there's an opportunity to get some value out of that to bring our costs down, absolutely.
I don't think I've asked this question in quite a long time. Do we pay extra auto insurance based on the size of our overall fleet? So if we're keeping all these vehicles, to your point, that we're not actually using, I got to assume somebody on the insurance side is saying, instead of 100 vehicles, you got 125, but 20 of them rarely ever get moved. Are we paying auto insurance on all of that? And so the question is, we only want to be insuring and paying costs and inspecting and all that stuff on stuff we're actually using.
And that's what we're reconciling, and probably worth introducing a file and having a whole different conversation about it. But you're right. There's there's movement there in trying to, make sure, and the way that municipal's insurance are very different than how we think of traditional insurance, as far as like, what our premium is for the year, and vehicles are coming on and off. When vehicles come on and off, or we're adding additional vehicles, that number doesn't change in the middle of the year or any of that. It's very different how they, which that's why I say, like, if you want to learn more about how that works, we can certainly, have another conversation about it and do a deep dive.
Okay, very good.
Is there any further discussion?
I make a motion be approved.
Second.
Motion made and second that we recommend and to adopt and approve the request for transfer. Seeing no further discussion, roll call. Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Puelo?
Yes.
Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. Passes 5-0. Chief, thank you. Both these recommendations will go to the full city council next Tuesday. Appreciate you. I think that's everything for you, right?
I believe so.
All right. Thank you again.
Thanks, Chief.
We are
Thank you,
now,
and thank you for all your support.
we are now down 4 departments, and we only have 39 orders to go.
Motion to take item numbers, we want to do these together, all police, or do you want
They're kind of separate.
to separate? Okay, well, item 7 off the table.
Second.
Motion made second to take item 7 off the table for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This is a requested transfer, a free cash transfer from fiscal 2023 for fiscal 2024. The amount is $250,574 into police capital outlay vehicles, more specific installment payment for 6 cruisers. It's off the table for discussion. I know we have Captain Moriarty here. Captain, are you representing the police and the chief tonight?
I am, sir. Good evening, everybody.
Welcome. I think you've been listening, so we're just looking for an explanation of the purchase and everything that's going on with this.
Well, this is for 6 cruisers, which are on the lot, and they just need to be outfitted for the Hoyoke Police Department. This is part of our installment plan that we've had for our cruisers. So we're just trying to finish that up and get these cruisers ready for roads, so we can get them out there and start getting the older vehicles off the road where they'll be a little bit safer.
Captain, do you have a kind of an overview of the fleet right now, the age and miles of what cruisers are in operation?
Our current cars are our new cars are 2022s,
New cars are 2022s,
and they have currently 36 to 40,000 miles.
36 to 40,000 miles on each of them currently.
And that's about how many?
That's for the 6 line cars.
6 line cars, sir.
Okay. And these 6 are replacing those or in addition to those?
They're going to move them into.
They are replacing them for line cars, and those other line cars that are in action right now will be spread throughout the department to
Detective?
the various offices. Yep, detective, narcotics, some of the specialty officers that we have, schools, traffic, those type of assignments.
And what vehicles, are there any vehicles coming off the inventory?
Older vehicles, we still actually have some Crown Vics in use.
Wow. I think Denny Egan drove one of those.
He drove a lot of those.
Said another way, Mr. Chairman. Captain, can you tell us what 6 vehicles are coming off, and we're buying you here 6 new ones? Can you tell us this? We're kind of edging around the question here. Can you just tell us the 6 that are coming offline to be replaced by these new 6? I don't.
The main line cars.
It would be the main line cars that are used for our patrols right now for the 3 shifts, 24/7. Those are the older cars, and once these new cruisers come in, they'll take their spots. So therefore, the cruisers that are running 24/7, they'll be the newer ones.
And how many, approximately, how old are those cars, and how many miles do they have on them, please?
2022s, between 35 and 40,000 miles each.
Okay, but Captain, I think what Councilor Jordan is saying is now those 2022s go to Detective Bureau, Narcotics, Specialty, and so on. What cars are coming offline?
Right.
How many? Any?
Well, for completely offline, I'd have to look up that exactly. But what happens is, as you said, we do assign them to different bureaus, but we also use some for spares. So if other cars do go down, and for the cars that are extremely old or excessive mileage, they will actually be off completely.
And that's the number we're looking for because we're talking insurance, what the mayor said about let's not be keeping a lot of the old vehicles hanging around unless there's a legitimate use for them, and so on.
For the 6 that we'll bring on, we will take offline completely 6 other older cruisers.
Well,
So it's a trade of 6 for 6.
Mayor?
I was just recalling a conversation with the chief about this one. So, right, so those 6 cruisers come in, they're the ones that are going to be active and, 24/7 running, and then the cars shift. What happens with the older cruisers as they shift, there are cars that would become online, but those bottom level cruisers that get recycled out, they keep so that they can grab the parts to keep up with the cruisers that are being used that are at the bottom of the line. So there, from what I understand or recall, is that there is they come in, all the fleet shifts in use, and the older ones go much more, the bottom level usage of it. But the problem with the older ones is they're old now, and so they try to keep that those vehicles around for parts or whatever the case. But like I said, that's great as long as we're not keeping more than what we need just sitting there on our insurance or whatever the case. That's just causing us to a burden on the city. But they do keep some of the older ones to take parts from those to repair the old ones that are being used, if that makes sense.
To a degree, but Councilor Jordan, I interrupted you.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Maybe I'm missing it here, but this is a really straightforward question. Unless we end up with more cars, 6 in, 6 out, okay? So the question is, what are the 6 out? So it sounds like 6 older cars. We're looking for a description, and typically this is what the committee has received. How old are the cars? How many miles on their cars? And I know Captain Moriarty sort of pinch hitting tonight, so maybe he's not ready with this question, but we would like to have the description, certainly by Tuesday, to have that information of what's coming offline. Now, if they're taking them offline and they're junking 4 but keeping 2 for parts, okay, that's fine, just tell us that. And then, but it's actually an offline car because we're not going to insure and inspect a car that it's only got 3 wheels, right? Or it's missing a door because you put it on another car, right? So we get that concept, but we'd like to know which 6 cars are coming off and which 6 are going on. I mean, we don't need VIN numbers or anything, but I would like to have at least a year and a mileage. Thank you.
Yes, we can get you that information. We'll have it to you before Tuesday. I do not have that information available to me, as in the car number, mileage. But once those cars are offline, it also means they're off of the insurance. So there's no insurance being spent on those cars. Once they're offline, they're offline.
Yeah.
Captain,
we'll get that information.
Captain, remind us, please. Is it the state bid list you have to go through, or is it different for cruisers?
State bid list.
Okay. Now, are we back to Marquardt, or do we have to go through?
Those are MHQ. Those are the ones. Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I couldn't remember. And what are they? Or is it the same make vehicle that we've been using?
Identical to the ones that we have now.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are those SUVs.
SUVs
now, yeah.
Yes, the SUV type vehicle.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Make a motion to be approved under the assumption they're going to give us that by Tuesday, that extra info.
Motion has been made and seconded that we recommend to adopt and approve this transfer for the purpose of purchasing the 6 cruisers. And Matt, if you could just forward that to, or have someone forward that information to Jeff, we'll all get it. Roll call. Just, just the information, if you could forward it to Jeff. Our administrative assistant. Roll call vote. Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Puelo? Yes. Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. 5-0, that goes to the city council on Tuesday. Next.
Motion.
to take up item 8.
Second?
Motion made and seconded to take item 8 off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Request free cash 2023 for 2024. Police capital outlay vehicle cruiser MDT and mounts. It's off the table for discussion. Captain Mayardi, you want to explain this one to us?
Yes, sir. Altogether at the Hoyok Police Department, we have approximately 60 different vehicles, but only 10 of them actually have the mobile data terminals. With this type of free cash coming in, we will buy 3 MDTs, which are the mobile terminals, with the mounts to be installed into the vehicles.
And what is a mobile data terminal? What does it do for the police officers?
That's the computer we have in the vehicle, where obviously we'll dispatch officers, where we run plates. We can actually do reports from them. It's the computer you see in all the cruisers. It also has the shot spotter connected to it now. So a map will come up so the officers will know where the activation is.
And the purchase, you go through an RFP, through a state bid list?
Yes, we do. State bid list.
Any discussion?
Quick question, how many do we get for 22 grand?
3.
3, you said, yeah.
3.
Yep. So what we're doing here is, and there's how many again, Captain? You said 10?
Currently.
Only
So-
10 have the mobile data terminals with the mounts. And you are correct. That means with this cash, we will be able to purchase 3 of the MDTs with the mounts and install them into the vehicles.
So I figure we treat it like a capital 3 a year. So we're pacing ourselves and not necessarily biting more than we can chew. But
So, I guess my follow-up would be, we have only 10 now. We're about to buy 6 cars. So when we buy a car and we call it with all the equipment, that doesn't include a computer though with it, correct?
I don't think so.
When we buy the new cruiser,
Yeah, so we just funded you for 6 new cruisers. Does that
Right.
cost include a computer?
yes, it does. With the newer vehicles, it's a package deal where the data
Okay.
terminal and the mount are included.
Okay, so theoretically then, we're getting 9 because we're getting 6 with the package deal, and now we're funding you with this 22 grand, an extra 3 for other cars. And, okay, and I'm assuming these data terminals are transferable so that you can take vehicles that are either not being used or used in a different purpose. You could theoretically take the computer out of those and put them on a different vehicle, correct? If you wanted to?
On some of them, not all of them, but like any other type of computer, they do age out. But
Oh,
in
okay.
theory, yes, but it's not like a plug and play. There's a lot of work to be done.
Understood. Okay. All right.
Any further discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the transfer.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve the transfer. Recommend adoption to the full city council. Roll call. Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Powell?
Yes.
Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. Passes 5-0 for next Tuesday. Item number 9.
Motion to take item 9 off the table?
Motion made second. We take item 9 off the table for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Request transfer, free cash, 2023 for 2024. The amount of free cash is $52,500 into police capital outlay, other equipment, portable radios. Captain, you're up.
Once again, with these pieces of technology, they're aging out. Most are now at least 6 years old or older, and they're outfitted to all our officers. So with the newer officers that we have coming on, our specials, we just need to make sure everybody has a radio so they can get out there. And due to your typical usage, the conditions, the wear and tear, repair costs, which are like everything else going up, we'll definitely be in need of these items.
How many? How many, Captain, do we get for 52?
15.
15. Okay.
And again, similar to the previous, so the chief in his capital plan that he brought forward to me was to do quantity of 15 per year, which is I think 3,500 each, which would be 52,500 a year to get into some sort of a cycle
Rhythm.
of replacement.
Yeah. So, just so I'm envisioning this correctly, handheld radio. This is what we're talking about.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And those are $3,500 plus a piece.
Yes, sir, they are. They have multiple channels. There's a lot of software to them. They're not, as we grew up with the simple walkie-talkies.
I was going to say, yeah, that's a far cry from the walkie-talkies we used to play with as kids. But certainly $3,500 a piece for one of those. Wow. Boy, when you think about how much equipment is on an officer walking around, boy, it's big bucks.
And instead of doing it all in one shot, the idea would be if we can get in some sort of annual cycle and when you're used to budgeting and paying, then it just, rather than deferring it and then having to replace everyone at once, like
Sure,
man, if we
yeah.
could just do it a couple of every year in our capital plan, it's
Right.
a little bit more palatable.
Right.
We have some sort of replacement rotation system.
Sounds like they have a 6 or 7 year lifespan, so you sort of have to take your whole number and divide it by 6 or 7 and keep rotating them around, right? Okay.
Now, for the police officers who are on desk duty and light duty, do we just get a couple cans and a piece of string?
Whatever you want, just let me know.
Any further discussion?
Make a motion to be approved.
Motion made second that we approve the request of transfer. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Powell? Councilor Thomas?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes, 5-0 to the full city council next week. Item number 10.
Item number 10 off the table.
Second.
Motion made second, we take item 10 off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Free cash 2023 into 2024 fiscal year, $225,000. The line item would be police data management, equipment services / records management system replacement. Under discussion, Captain Moriarty.
Well, this is our records management system. We call it the IMC. It's now at least 30 years old. We have recently been notified it's now entering its end of life. Basically, the IMC is the central nervous system for the entire Holyoke Police Department. Dispatch, records, report writing, evidence. It allows us to communicate with other agencies and trade out information where all the reports are done. So it's on its way to die. We have the official notification on that, and we're looking to get a new system, which is called the RMS solution, which is an updated platform. It's called the Mark 43.
I know I'm not asking any questions. Anybody else?
Just out of curiosity, though, Captain, I guess my brief question would be, do you guys go around and test drive, the various systems that are really high functioning, like what the state police use, or, maybe some of the local communities that have modernized, or you go to a Worcester or a Boston, or see some of these systems that they use, and then we get a version of that so that we know what really works well and what doesn't? I would assume there's a lot of meetings over a big decision like this and a lot of test driving of different, because I'm sure there's a lot of different products that are out there. I'm assuming you guys do a lot of due diligence to get to this point of a recommendation to us, correct?
Oh, yes. Actually, this is the same system that Boston has. We have gone to several surrounding communities, and we've actually had several meetings here with various businesses who are offering similar wares, so to say. And we have found right now with the system that we're going to get, it's really the most for the bang of our buck.
Okay. And they do the servicing, the follow-up, and is there a package or some sort of warranty that comes with this that makes sure everything is working as it's supposed to, and you get sort of that type of support over the next umpteen years?
Yes, that'll be part of the contract.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Tomlin?
Yeah, I just have one quick question. The other equipment and record management last 30 years, what is a possible lifespan of this one? You know, they don't make things like they used to, so is it still a long-term lifespan on this management system?
Well, like a lot of the hardware we get and software, we're going to make it last as long as possible. I mean, our other system probably should have been traded out a good 15 years ago, and so we kept it an extra 15. We definitely get our money's worth.
Okay, appreciate that.
Any further discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded that we approve the transfer request for adoption to the city council. Under no discussion, no further discussion, Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Puelo?
Yes.
Councilor Tom?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. 5-0, recommended for adoption to the full city council next Tuesday.
Motion to take item number 11. I think we only got about 35 to go. We're getting there.
Second.
Gentlemen, thank you, and we'll have that information to you by Tuesday.
Captain,
There's this one, right?
Yes,
I
sir.
think this might be yours. Hang on one second.
Matrons? Clerks, no?
Yeah, this is just a transfer. It's not free cash. Can you hold on one second? The mayor might be aware of it, but just in case. This is off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? This is from a $12,000 transfer, $5,000 coming from principal clerks, $7,000 from matrons into medical, $6,000, training and education, $6,000. Chief Pratt did sign off on it and doesn't give us much more. Would Captain, if you don't know about it, Mayor, are you familiar?
I can't say that I am. I mean, I'm familiar with the I signed off on the transfer request, but
Good answer.
I don't have.
Yeah, I have it.
I don't have the
I have it actually
specifics
in front of me. I just found it. It's in front of me. So yes, 5,000 from the principal clerks, 7,000 from matrons going to medical, and then education and training. The medical is for the newer officers that we've been hiring. They all have to go through a medical physical checkup, and then there's the PT sessions. Education and training, we recently just sent all of our detectives and narcotics through a crime scene processing, for example. There's also been some other training. Part of it is also getting people ready for the academy. We have new people in the academy now. We're going through setting up more officers. I don't have the exact number to get ready for an upcoming academy.
Thank you. And it's the end of the year. I take it the surpluses is matrons because we went through a period where we weren't using matrons as much. I think we heard that in the budget hearing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made second that we approve the request and the transfer. Under roll call, Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Puelo?
Yes.
Councilor Tomlin?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Okay. Recommended for adoption next Tuesday. Captain, thank you, and for all those voices in the background, we appreciate your own
Yeah.
Wizard of Oz is back there.
Motion to take item number 12 off the table.
Motion made second that we take item 12 off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Introduced under my name for the mayor. This is a request of free cash 2023 into 2024, $300,000. This goes into the upgoing catch-up work for the treasurer's office. We have Mayor Garcia with us and our treasurer, Rory Casey. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Rory, or Mayor, whichever.
Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak on this. I would say that this is the second year there was a procurement done last year prior to some of the changeover in the treasurer's office to bring in somebody to help address some of the long-time concerns that have been going on for at least the better part of 15 plus years, reoccurring issues. So the mayor, last year, when free cash was certified, submitted an appropriation request, and it was approved by the council. That procurement was done in a way where that contract could be extended for up to 3 years. We're working with an outside vendor that was selected by the city, again, prior to my taking the position, or being appointed by the council, I should say. Thank you again, maybe. To the position, and that's Mass Munifin. And they have a good record of working with communities, large and small, across the Commonwealth. So this would be the, obviously all contracts are subject to appropriation when you want to extend them out. This would be the second year of this. And, I know you have a very long agenda. I know a lot of the things, I've been in front of you prior. We've talked about the work that's going on down there, the need for it. The one thing I would just say is that this is really an investment in the long-term health of the city. The issues that we're dealing with, the issues are not new, and they're really systemic issues. So having folks that have worked in other communities that have helped clean up the operations within treasurer's offices, is very important. And it's not just work in the treasurer's office. They've also been helping out with the tax collector's office, as well. And I know that the tax collector, who's at a conference right now, if she were here, I'm sure would be, speaking in favor of this as well.
And Mass Munifin, their model is, they go in and they get out. That's what they, turnkey. So cities and towns that are falling behind, that are in trouble. Some communities it's just, a la carte as needed when you have a new treasurer that comes in and doesn't necessarily understand whatever the case. So it's, in our case, we have issues. The model is for this organization is they go in, they help bring resolution so that you're in a much more healthier path, and then they get out. What's been helpful too is because of the turnover, Rory has been great. It's an elected position. Rory doesn't know everything that's involved with it. So having that person available to him to be able to answer those technical questions that he just might not get or understand, and then also offering the training support. I think before Rory came in there, the staff in there never got trained in the work that goes on in that office. So there was no continuity, no cross-training. And so obviously a lot of that has changed, and Sarah Hunter through Mass Munifin has been very helpful to the team overall so that their position is strengthened, as well as helping with catching up on a reconciliation, posting old receipts and whatnot. So it's been it's an investment, which is phase one, which is great. Phase two is longer term sustainability so that it doesn't go backwards, which you guys are all actively working on.
And I'm sorry, I'm hearing it, but I'm not picking it up. Mass what?
Munifin.
Mass Muni Finance.
Like municipal finance, Mass Munifin.
Fin.
Yeah.
Yep. And I would just say that, I've worked with different vendors over the years. Obviously we have a great relationship with our outside auditors that do a lot of advisory work for the city. We've had to bring in as needed, different folks. The level of service that we receive is amazing. Sarah and her team, they've been here with me on weekends, 10 o'clock on a Friday night, responding to texts, getting on a phone call to go through things to try to address this. Sunday afternoons in a snowstorm coming in because we knew we had a deadline to meet. So it's really above and beyond the level of service that we get as part of this.
Councilor Jordan.
So just so I have some context, this is the second year you're using them? Or what you're proposing to be the second year, or is this the first year?
This is the second year.
Second year.
Yep.
And you signed a 3-year contract?
The
Or
contract
it's a year by
itself-
year?
I would defer to the mayor. The contract itself predates me, and it's actually run out of his office, the contract.
Yep, it's renewals up to 3 years.
Okay,
So
so
it's
it's
subject
3
to
years, sort of.
appropriation,
Yeah.
and then you you exercise the renewal by what do you call it? An addition to the an extension.
Do we have a copy of the contract?
Not in front of you, no.
We could certainly get you a copy before Tuesday.
No, this one would have to have a whole meeting onto itself, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't read the contract, so I would want to have a presentation from them as to what they're working on, what their findings are to date. Why should I give how much was paid last year?
So last year, when I brought this in front of you last year, I believe there was a copy of the contract procurement, submitted proposals and all of that led to this body. I think you're on it.
Yeah.
And approved it. And so all it is extending it to year 2. Is the term of the contract doesn't change from that.
Okay.
But all of that was reviewed the first year.
Okay.
And the new contract, all it would be was an extension of the term, not details of the scope.
Right.
But again, we did
Okay.
probably about 2 or 3 months ago, intentionally telling Rory, hey, make sure you go in there with Sarah Hunter and offer the finance committee an update of all the work you're doing.
Right.
For the very points that you're raising right now. So I feel like we did this, but again, if whatever's going to make this group happy so that we can get the support of this, because this is the issues that we're having in the city of Holyoke right now. If you read the audit reports, are mostly, if not all, those deficiencies are in the treasurer's office.
Sure. Yeah.
And for every year for the last 10, 15 years, we kind of just, here we have an opportunity to get those deficiencies closed and caught up. And also, this is going to part of the reason that we'll be responsible for producing the level of healthy free cash that's coming out now. So I want to get you what you need so that we're proactive.
So let me help you with that then. I don't recall. I remember we had Sarah in at one time and we discussed certain items. I don't think we got a comprehensive presentation of the findings. And I believe there was a discussion about getting some money. I don't recall the number 300,000. Do you recall how much we paid last year?
Yeah, it was about 275,000.
Okay. So we were signing up for $300,000 a year for how many years? Did you think this is, we're going to spend
You're talking about, it'd be great if you can take a week or two and just hang out in the treasurer's office and the issues we're talking about decades of systemic problems that, and it's not just one person out of mass. There's a team of folks. I want to say maybe on paper about 3 days a week, but has been readily available and accessible every day that you need her and her team. So it's not just Kevin contract with Kevin Jourdain. Hey, I'm paying you $300,000. Come and help me fix this. There is a strategic scope and method going into it with a team of folks. But again, I'm all for a 1 day, a full conversation presentation, so we can bring you in so you can see what's going on, ask those questions, and understand. Not only understand the level of the magnitude of the work in the treasurer's office, but also understand, like, make sense of the scope of what's being done to help us climb out of this hole in that office.
I guess I didn't appreciate, or I don't recall this coming in, that it was going to be 275 this year, and then we're still not going to have it cleaned. I was left with the impression this was almost a one-time investment. That this is going to be 300,000 this year, and then we're going to need another 300,000 next year. So my question is, how does Munifin, are they in cleaning up Chicopee? Are they in cleaning up East Lyme Meadow and all these other communities that, I mean, what I don't understand is when we say long-term systemic issues, like how many we need to spend $1 million to fix because people can't get what they need to get done in that office to
You'll
make
be
sure payroll is processed.
of what's going on in there. This is not just day to day making sure.
I think that involves a conversation, because I don't think I understood that from the initial presentation. I was supportive of a cleanup of the 275, but to think that we're going to keep paying $300,000 and $300,000 and $300,000 until the treasurer's office can figure itself out, I mean, that's unheard of, in my opinion. And I don't think, and I'd like to see, show me another community where that's going on.
Yep, we can.
And I think we need to have a better understanding of this ongoing expense.
I think how you're feeling is normal, Counselor. I think at face value, when you talk about it that way.
What's your department budget? I'd have to get my book out. Is it even $300,000? I mean, isn't $300,000 in consulting more than the entire staff budget of your entire department?
Staff budget?
What's the labor expense in your department? I could look it up.
So at face value, when you sit here and you describe it the way that you do, and the person that doesn't understand anything that goes on in the treasurer's office can hear what the counselor is saying and be equally frustrated. But when you spend time at this meeting that you're advocating for and tear it apart, you'll come around and understand.
Okay.
It does make a lot of sense. So that's why I'm sitting here saying, hey, it's worth having that conversation, because I want you guys to know that, I tried to do that with the finance committee. I guess it didn't happen the way that I'd hope, but yeah, it's important to bring you in and have a deep dive in an open discussion on what's happening so that folks can understand, because it is an investment. It's no penny in the bucket. But instead understand what that investment's going to bring back to the city, why it costs that much money. And we're looking at right now we're looking at a 3-year plan. So $1 million. I think it's understandable on my side to look at you and understand how you feel. But I think once you get into the weaves, you'll come out understanding what's going on.
Maybe I will, Mayor, but I think we need to have transparency as to what we're signing up for. I don't think the number, this is a 3-year plan and it's going to come up to $300,000 a year for 3 years. I don't recall that being in the conversation. Maybe I misunderstood. But by the way, the total labor expense of the treasurer's office is $275,000. So this actually is doubling the entire labor budget of the treasurer's office to. And I want to know is, like, how does that compare to a Chicopee or, I would dare say, I wonder how that compares to Springfield. Quite frankly, I wonder, do they have a $600,000 in labor expense in the Springfield Treasurer's Department? I don't know.
So, sorry, Councilor, go ahead.
So anyways, I think this is worthy of a meet. This isn't just a punch through the list. I think we should have a copy of the contract, have an update. This is huge money. And to find out what are they actually doing, that it takes that we're going down to root and branch this level of detail, that this is going to be $1 million quote unquote investment. It sounds to me like it's $1 million in past inefficiency and waste that is being cleaned up, because allegedly we've had all these people as in the treasurer's office that are saying, I'm doing a great job. I'm the treasurer of Holyoke, and all of this is going on. And yet, meanwhile, After all of this, we still need to spend $1 million to fix things like entering in payroll and doing the other things.
Yeah, that's why I was shocked all these years that we'd continue to support what's happened in the treasurer's office and nobody said nothing.
Oh, that's not true.
And
That's not true. Because I will tell you, matter of fact, there's new recent people that were they're
If
coming.
these walls could talk.
If these walls could talk, yeah.
It's on the audit, on your annual audits. It's pretty clear right there where the deficiencies are. And
Yeah.
Oh,
Vacant has every one of those audits on their wall at home.
We had major. The IG didn't just come in here because of no reason. The IG was called into here, and we had. If you could go back into the tapes and see the meetings we had with the treasurer's office at that time, and to see allegedly the type of changes that supposedly were made, and it's disheartening to still see that this is still the state of affairs. I don't think.
Counselor, can I just say I agree with you, and I share that sentiment. And in fact, one of the things that prompted me to apply for this was when the position was open. Was how upset I was having worked on one small part in the office about a decade ago, and thinking, and I spoke about this, I know Councilor Vacan asked some good questions about this when I was being interviewed, to see how quickly things backslid. Knowing that over the years, the city has at times brought in a firm here or there to focus on one aspect of an issue, put out that fire, and then they move on. When I talk about an investment, when I talk about the need, and everything you're asking for, you should receive, we should sit down, we should talk. We were in here, it was late by the time that particular agenda item came up. I do remember that. It was late. I think it was bad weather that night. We were trying to get out of here. So maybe we didn't have as deep a conversation as the committee or the counselors would have liked. But the reason Chicopee and Springfield, I can't speak to exactly why we've gotten to the point we've gotten to, but we're here. And the question is, where do we go from here? And I firmly believe that looking at this is just, well, let's just try to fix the crisis that's in front of us right now without completely restructuring the operations of the office. We're going to find it might not be this council. It might not be this mayor. It might not be this auditor. Certainly won't be me sitting here in 5 years or 10 years. But if we don't draw a line in the sand and make this investment now, whatever shape that takes, we're going to be in the same spot. We're going to kick that can down the road, the same can that I know you don't want to keep kicking down the road.
The problem I have is I'm trying to reconcile that with the statements of past treasurers who have come in here and say, everything's great. We're doing,
Well, I'm the treasurer today, and I'm telling you everything is not great.
Well, maybe today.
I'm telling you that things are getting better, but things are not great. And I won't sit here and...
I'm not asking you to.
No, I know, but I can't speak for previous...
But I will, because I have some context. Sure. I've been around. So what I'm suggesting to you is I don't want to allow the narrative to sit out there that there's been this big dumpster fire down in the treasurer's office that the city council has ignored. Because to my knowledge, we're not aware of that. I've seen I'm told, they minimize. We had the IG in here. We had all these improvements. We would bring the treasurer in, who's multiple, whether it was Mr. Lumbra or others, in here. Yup, we're on top of this. This is this. This is this. There was never a situation where it's now granted I was gone for 4 years, but to the point where we now have to spend $1 million? I mean, before we agree to that type of an engagement, we need to have a major conversation about what exactly is it, and why is it, what will change that is not just fix-up work? How do we, for the quote-unquote $1 million investment, what is actually systemically going to change? Is it the end of the rainbow where they make recommendations like, oh, you have insufficient staff that don't know what they're doing, okay? So those are the type of usual recommendation reports you get. So then it's, oh, well, you need to hire 3 more people. Then if that's the case, let's save the $1 million and hire the 3 more people and get going. I mean, I really want to make sure what the deliverables are here and what exactly are they finding, because I think we need some more transparency on what exactly is the dumpster fire. I want to know what's burning in the dumpster, because I mean, I can see, okay, 300 grand consultants, $1 million, 900,000, $1 million in consulting fees to figure out the treasurer's office. That to me is mind-numbing number. I'd like to know what they're exactly going to do and what they're finding.
It's actually much more than that. I've
really?
I've
Oh,
talked
great.
to Sarah
Okay.
about like, no, we need to negotiate a much lower number. Give me a different scope. But you're asking all the right questions.
Oh, thank
and these
God.
are the
Okay,
things
I'm trying
I
over
need
here.
this group to spend more time on. And these were things that I tried bringing in front of you to hopefully, but obviously, you know, this finance committee gets really busy. It was late at night. I remember that night. But yeah, this is the stuff. So not only are we doing this, you know, catch up on this day-to-day stuff, you have in front of you to change the position from elected to appointed, that discussion. You have in front of you an opportunity to bring on a CAFO that would then, you know, these are things that we're planning for out in the hopes that whatever we do now sustains those changes. But I need you guys to understand all those questions you're asking.
Okay.
So that, you know, believe me, I don't want to, I can use that $300,000 and do some more capital related stuff. But this right here is the core. What's happening in that treasurer's office is the core of a lot of our quality of life issues. We rely heavily on an efficient operation in that department so that not only the day-to-day stuff, which is the normal payroll things, those are the simple things, but when the reconciliation and timely process with the auditor, and making sure that you know, we're going forward with the tax title, that we're not just doing year after year after year of negotiations with people until they're 10 years behind in your taxes. Like, there's a great deal of stuff that goes on in the department that we depend on, that we can't afford to keep doing short-sighted things. Like, we need to clean it up and then implement systemic changes to sustain it and make sure that we have greater accountability in that office. So I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Like, those are all great questions. I want you to have a candid conversation about it so we all understand, because I want you to be comfortable with your investment. The other thing you should know is that this free cash cloud window closes as of June 30. So if we don't do what you want to do between now and June 30, we lose this funding source opportunity and hit the ground running July 1. So you can either A, don't support it and we'll revisit it next year and we'll probably lose some time until I can find an alternative revenue source to bring back when you're ready, or B, approve this one. I hope that I've built enough trust and confidence with this group to know that you put it it's going in the mayor's contracted line item, and I put it there so that I can have laser focused eyes on it. I won't touch the thing until you're ready. And if you don't like it and you want to go a different direction or whatever, which I feel confident that after you've learned you'll support it, then so I'll submit a transfer order and we'll move it into capital stabilization.
If we're going to get through this agenda this evening, the new theme of tonight is we got to land the plane. Okay? I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm being rude to everybody, but I want to be out of here before midnight. I'm going to recognize Councilor Bacon in a minute, but let me make a suggestion because, Mayor, what you just said. Can you do a 2-month contract? July and August.
Again, the contract is with the mayor.
Can you do a 2-month contract?
I'll hold
July
off.
and August?
Can, but it's with the mayor.
I'll hold off. I won't do. I really want you guys.
How
to
much
do
work
it.
is lined up for July and August?
Oh, I mean, I would plead with the mayor for a 2-month contract if nothing else.
When does the current one expire?
I mean,
June 30th?
You know Sarah and the team. You
Yeah,
know,
no, I mean,
are they on vacation? Are they like,
No, they're-
Rory, we're going to be in 2
No.
weeks in July.
No,
1 week in
It-
August.
We have a team of people there just about every day of the week and Saturdays and Sundays too. This is not.
So what we heard in the finance committee was good for the first year contract.
Yep.
Of Sarah telling us what you're going to do. Most of us that have been here know what's wrong.
Yep.
Maybe not all of it, but we understand it's wrong. What they're going to do, how they're going to do it. I think I agree with Councilor. I think we all agree with Councilor Jordan and everyone is. Now we need to know what did they do for the first year. What are we going to do for the second year?
Absolutely.
And what changes have been made to date?
Yes.
For $275,000 before we spend $300,000.
Yep.
I mean, we can talk about negotiating 2 year, but I want you guys to have enough trust and confidence what we're trying to do here, so you don't think we're trying to sneak.
The only reason I'm asking for the 2
Skip
months
the
is
2
because of
months.
what you said. June 30th is
Yeah.
2.5 weeks away. And if we don't pass something tonight, and all we have is $300,000 on Tuesday night.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt the vendor.
No, but we're not going to see a pot of free cash.
Correct.
Until maybe September, October.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we were to go down that road, and I agree, let's land the plane, and I of course want to address whatever Councilor Vacan has, but I would implore both the mayor and the council to approve this with the understanding that the mayor has made a promise. I will sign off on that for whatever that's worth, that we'll be back here in a couple of months. We won't sign sooner even, to be able to, because we're at such a critical point right now with the close of the fiscal year, the opening of the new year, reconciling all the work that needs to be done. To lose any momentum would be so detrimental. If we decide after 2 months to suspend, and that would give us time to plan ahead.
So can you bring in an alternative proposal for Tuesday for 2 months worth of this? And then
Is that what you guys?
we'll let this go, but on the floor, we could pass the
That might be
2-month
an answer.
version. Pass the 2-month version on Tuesday.
Well, so remember the free cash cloud
Well,
window.
we'll pass it Tuesday, but just give us one that's not 300 grand. You give us one
that's
that's
what I'm
50
telling you.
grand.
It
That's
would
what I'm
go
telling you.
away.
So
that other money would.
So what I would need for you, if you're looking to use this funding source,
Yeah.
what I would need for you guys to do is to approve it. I'll give you the 2 month if that's what you guys want, and we won't. It's in the mayor's contract, the line item, so he can't. It's in my budget, so he wouldn't be able to do anything with it.
Mm-hmm.
I won't touch the thing until you know. And if it turns out that things go south, then we'll be putting in an order to transfer that money out of there into capital stabilization.
So maybe we have a question of the auditor. When does FY23 free cash become available again to use for the FY24 budget?
We would actually have to close out the fiscal year 2023 and be able to submit the balance sheet. And so if I'm going to say if the treasurer's office is behind, like it has been, probably not until now, like we are this year. So that's the unfortunate part.
Really?
But what I did want to say is that if you wanted to take that order and do 2 months, I can put in the finance orders for 2 months into the mayor's account, and then you can put the rest of the money into your stabilization account, and then
Oh, okay.
you
Could always
vote
re-
it later so you don't lose it.
Good point.
I didn't think.
All right, let's let Councilor Bacon speak. Very patient over here.
I will be brief, but here's where I'm lost. 1, are we full staffed in the treasurer's office? Question.
Yes.
2, we have been double staffed for an entire year with this outside contract based on what I'm hearing you say. Is that correct?
Not double staffed, no.
Well, you said their team of 3 has been here every day for a year.
There's a team of 3 that rotates in and out. They have different roles. I'm not saying they're here every day. They're not answering the phones. They're not processing payroll. They're helping with.
They're
the other
doing
efforts.
books, right? They're doing
It's
accounting
much,
work.
It's much more complex than that.
Yep.
But the level of their work is that of accounting. It's not clerical and answering the phones, is what I'm
Yeah,
clarifying.
that's fair, yeah.
Right. And so they've been here for a whole year. The concern that I'm having is that they are doing the work of the office. So where is the skill being built up in the office to do the work? And that's not a question I'm asking you to answer right now. I'm very concerned that a year with a consulting firm sitting there bringing in high-level people and our people still can't pick up the ball.
So-
That's extremely concerning. I've worked with consultants in the business arena. They don't usually come in and do the day-to-day work for a year, and then the next year they start teaching your people what to do. Just saying. And to circle back to an earlier comment, we had consultants in here. They confirmed to us sitting at this microphone that they had trained the people up and left a sustainable plan in that office. And that was fewer than 10 years ago.
Yep.
And I want that on the record because it was in this chambers on these microphones. So this is the frustration you're hearing. There is, in my opinion, no way that we should still be where we are now, a year later, with a consultant being in here every day. And I'm believing you that we're not caught up yet, but I'm finding it hard to believe that we're not caught up yet. I get it on the tax title discussion, okay? That's the kind of thing that can linger, you accumulate liabilities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But in the fundamental, basic functioning of the office, this is not rocket science we're talking about here. It really isn't. It's fundamental finance office. And I just want to touch back to your thing on combining the departments. I think I've asked that question 2 times. We have a legal opinion that says you can do this, this, or this. We have an order sitting in charter and rules to do a ballot question, if that's what we need. We were said, when I was chairing it, don't do it now, we have an election. Okay, well, we didn't have an election. It's still sitting there. And so, Mayor, I would encourage you to talk to the chair and get it on the ballot if that's what we need. Because I don't know about the other folks in the room, but I'm all in favor of consolidating those offices. And I think many people are. But
I am.
But somebody's got to move, and I remember you said that when you came in
and I continue to be.
temporarily, and now here we are
Yes.
coming into an election. So,
And
so we can't
yes.
keep kicking that.
But we
can
can't have questions on a municipal election. You remember, we've got to
Yeah,
be very
but-
consistent.
Well,
We-
and
It
I'm
has to be only on presidentials.
and I'm going to push for that to get on the ballot, and I urge you to talk to the chair of the committee and move it so we can get it on in September, right along with my other pet CPA project.
So the motion on the floor is that we're going to return this order to the mayor and to the auditor. The auditor is going to replace a 2-month, if with the mayor's permission. The auditor's going to give us money
As long
for-
as it respects your procedural process. I didn't, if
Yes,
it usually
yes.
goes to the
We're-
at-large.
yeah.
Hey, land the plane.
He's landing it. He's landing it.
Listen.
It works.
No
We're
crash
going to return
landing.
this order
It
to
works,
you and
we're
to the
good.
auditor. We're going to
Yeah.
get another order on Tuesday, which we will adopt. We will try to adopt,
Yeah.
with your permission. We will try to adopt for a 2-month contract to get you through the summer.
Put the other 250 in stabilization.
Councilor Jordan, Councilor McGivern, and anybody else who wants to sign
will.
it will file an order for Tuesday
I will.
to bring Sarah and Rory back in and the mayor.
Yeah.
July, August, so we can start talking about the other order to put more money in stabilization, where now you can take this money, we save it, but
Which stabilization account do you, regular or?
I think
capital?
Tanya's going to say, though, we have to do the stabilization one Tuesday, too, right, Tanya?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
I think
Tuesday.
so.
Before
We're
the
going to
end of the
have
month.
one
The
for
nor-
50 and one
the
for
normal one,
250.
it doesn't matter, because you can pull it out of any one of them, because it's the rainy day one, if you want to call it, or
I just,
Capital.
it's not capital outlay, so the
I
rainy
wanna-
day.
Rainy day.
Rainy day.
Okay,
yeah.
it will require, these are, all these votes are going to require 2/3 votes anyways, so it's not going to change anything, because we only have one meeting left, and we're having 2 readings in the same meeting.
all good.
So is that okay with everybody?
Sounds
Yes,
good to
second.
me.
I agree.
Okay, motion made and second then that we return this to the mayor auditor with everything we just said. Roll call, Councilor Jordan.
Yes.
Councilor Pueblo.
Yes.
Councilor Tom.
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm rude,
No, you're
but not really.
Oh, you did a good job.
very strong chairman.
Yes, he is. And
Take
Right.
item number 13 off the.
How about
Second.
13 and
14?
14 together.
Second.
Motion made second, we suspend rules, take 13, 14 as a package. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Both of these are requests to transfer free cash into our stabilization accounts, which we won't be able to use for the next 2 weeks, but we can start using next year.
Motion to approve.
Okay, first one is $1,481,473 into capital stabilization. Second one is $100,000 free cash into stabilization. Recommendation is that we adopt and approve, and recommend to City Council on Tuesday that we do this. Any discussion? If not, roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Puelo?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Okay. The reason I said we can't use these for the next 2 weeks is because you have to put money in stabilization to be used next year. Even though there is money in stabilization, I think I'm still right.
Yep.
Okay. So it's kind of just a little savings account for a little bit. But we can touch it in August, September, October, whatever we want. So that's why when it's in next, whatever else comes in Tuesday, you'll be able to propose to use for after July and August for Muni.
Fin.
Okay.
Motion to take item, we want to combine any of these, or?
15 through,
Yes.
well, 15 and 16
15,
for sure.
16,
16.
17 too, why not?
18?
18.
15, 16, and 18 together?
15, 16, and 18, 17 is a little different.
Skip 14?
We did 14.
14
We
we've
did 14,
adopted.
13 is a package. Come on, we got the program here? This is not room one. We're going to go through this.
Just landed in the plane.
Wait till we get to the poor folks in the
been
back
here
of the
since
room.
7 in the morning.
We're grouping everything together. Okay, this is important. Item 15, this is introduced by Councilor McGee. Next one is introduced by Councilor Jordan. They're almost identical, but it's Chapter 32B, Section 20, Other Post-Employment Benefits, known as OPEB Trust Fund. Same thing with Councilor Jordan, becoming the operating budget of the long-term goal, with to be fully fund the outstanding OPEB liability by 2014. And
2040.
40, sorry. And then item 18 is the transfer to go into this fund once it's been established under my name for the mayor, and that's of $5,000 from free cash. So all three off the table for discussion. All those in favor, any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, can we do 19 as well? That's also on this topic.
That's open, yeah, 19.
In item 19 with no objections, good catch.
Councilor
This
Jordan?
is under Councilor Jordan to establish the Open Liability Trust Fund pursuant to that same Chapter 32B, Section 20. Approval loan option, then forming the Board of Trustees. Holyoke has projected our liability is $224 million right now, and as of June 2019, actually, in a handful of cities that have begun starting this trust fund. All good orders, all looking to address a very systemic
Liability, yeah.
problem in our retirement fund, and something that we need to do. So, Councilor Jordan, you want to take the lead?
Yeah.
So I can go first.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you so much for your leadership on this, and Rory as well as you two, and our auditor, who also serves on the retirement board. I appreciate all three of you in tackling this one right out the box. Filed this on the premise that we were one of a handful of communities that currently are at $0. Now, in fairness, there's a lot of cities that are at like 20 grand, 100 grand. They're only got a little bit, but it's nice to see that we actually officially adopt the legislation. It's the first step, right? And then putting the $5 grand in there to get us going, and then we're supposed to form a board of trustees over this to get, some folks appointed on that, or how that's going to be handled. And it just goes to show to DLS and everybody else that Holyoke is addressing it. We're taking this seriously. It's on our radar. And this is obviously, one of these things that no one exactly knows. I certainly won't be here when this is all resolved. But the way it's, at least philosophically, looks to me is we're making this massive investment between now and 2033 to get the retirement fund fully funded. So we're making major, like I saw in this year's budget, that's up another $400,000 or so dollars. So that's going to keep ramping up. what we're going to have to do is parallel that with something going into this. And then once we no longer have to make that payment, say in 2034, then we can go like banana steroids. We're not, what I want people to know, whoever's in government 10 years from now, you know, you're going to have to take that massive payment, which at that time will probably be something in the order of $16 million a year that we'll be giving to the retirement bill, and take that 16 million and drop it into OPEB annually, so that it's already built into your budget, and then go 16 million, 16 million, 16 million until we can chip this thing down. And that, to me, and you probably have to do that for a good 10 years or so before we can really close that out and get these things to both fully funded. So we're not going to be able to go like banana steroids on it until we take care of the retirement, because, you know, we got bills to pay, right? And we are committed to doing the retirement first. Now, in fairness to Holyoke, there isn't technically a legal obligation to start funding this yet, like we do for the retirement, but that piper we know is coming at some point. So I'm really glad that, you know, we're getting ahead of this a bit and beginning to address it. So again, to the three of you, thank you for your leadership on this, to the city council for supporting this, and appreciate you all.
Mayor?
Yep. Nope. Councilor Jordan said it very eloquently and right to the point. Not only in the eyes of the DLS, this is something that gets dinged on the audit every year. And so just opening this trust and putting some money in it, and every year we'll keep finding what we can put some money in it. There's the same conversation when you started doing your aggressive investment on a retirement situation, and like Councilor Jordan just mentioned, when we've done that and we're up, we can then start tackling this aggressively, since we've already been, kind of used to making those annual payments through our normal appropriation, the way that it was planned X amount of years ago when you started funding the retirement gap. So this is the first step in this direction, and I think the people of Holyoke 20-30 years from now are going to be very happy to know, just like I'm myself, when you started retirement, I was probably a kid in grade school, happy to know that now here I am as mayor, that was started that long ago to get that up to date. So we're not, what do they say? The best time to plant a tree is 30 years ago. It's one of those. So this is really good that we're moving in this direction as far as our OPEB trust is concerned, and looking forward to continue to work with you and build that for the next generations to come.
Just so everybody knows, the Retirement Board Director, Tony Dooley, did drop off some information for us. Ones you may have it or may not have it, but a DLS informational guideline. Oh, okay. And then under the OPEB Advisory Committee, they're out of Andover, Mass, options for managing OPEB costs. So I'll have our administrative assistant make not for everybody, but whoever wants one. They're two thick documents. Any questions, any discussion?
Make a motion, they all be.
Law Department okay with this?
Good evening, councilors. There's just something I want to bring up. I don't have an issue, but under the statute, chapter 32B, section 20, paragraph B, there needs to be what they call declaration of trust, and that is an agreement which the mayor does not have, and this body does not have. It is being drafted so that the mayor's going to have to approve it. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there and give you a heads up that this declaration of trust is in the drafting, so that you can see what it is. Basically, it sets forth the purpose, and Councilor Jordan has said it correctly. It follows the purpose. There's no requirement to fund it. The custodian, which is really the city treasurer, would need to agree with the terms of this agreement, because it sets forth investment responsibilities and limitations. It's called the Prudent Investor Rule under Chapter 203C. So I just want to let you know that that's out there, and it will be coming your way soon.
Oh, great.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Kath.
Thank you, and
Thank you.
I see our treasurer nodding his head. I think Rory's understanding.
I approve.
I'm not trying to rush everybody. This is important,
Yeah,
but
it is.
Kathleen, we can take these votes, and then that declaration will come down the road?
Yes, soon.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Any
You're
further
welcome.
discussion?
Make a motion, we approve those items?
Second.
So moved under roll call. Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Puelo?
Yes.
Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern? Yes. Passes 5-0. We'll send all three of these, 4 items to the full city council on Tuesday. Back to 17 if we
Item
could.
17 off the table.
Motion made second to take item 17 off the table. All those in favor? Any opposed? Introduced by Counselor McGee. Create an opioid settlement stabilization fund to receive and manage all funds received from settlements of national opioid litigation. I know Counselor McGee cannot be here this evening. Tanya, are you familiar with this?
I know we have some money coming our way.
Yes.
Mike Bissonette.
I understand, yeah, but can we do this type of stabilization? Well, actually, Mayor, are you in
Yeah.
favor of this? But
Yep. So Tanya has the numbers. We did get our first settlement payment. It all goes into the general fund, later converted into free cash, but we won't see that till the next free cash
That's
certification. So if you scroll a little bit down in your request, we have a free cash payment out of this version, so we can get it off the ground, so we don't have to wait, and we can talk about that at that time. But both Bissonette and the auditor can speak to the legalese that's allowing for stabilization to be created, so that when future payments are made to the city, we can just put it directly into that account and not necessarily do this, general fund, later free cash, and hopefully the mayor, whoever it is, will use it for the intended purpose.
I also can add to that is that there is a bill to be voted on with the state to create a revolving fund. It just hasn't been voted on yet and approved. So we had thought that that would happen before we started receiving the settlement funds, but that hasn't happened yet. So we just want to create this so we can keep it out of the general fund, because we're going to have to spend it on the certain opioid programs
Program, yeah.
that is required. So
Treatment and stuff.
And Mayor, did you say there's a transfer before us tonight?
It's
coming.
for the homeless housing navigator liaison. Is it in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in there.
It's number
Got this.
41 on the agenda.
There's 2, and then there's an expense.
Does it make sense to take those up right now?
Up to you. Sure, why not?
All right, why don't we bring them in just to keep everything in order? Out of order, take 40 and 41.
Second.
Any discussion?
Are we talking about the?
Item 40 is it's a $5,000 into the Office of Public Safety. Is that the one you're talking about?
Supplies.
Yep. So it's both item 40
And
and item
41 is into the same Office of Public Safety. This has its own budget in your budget, Mayor. I think you know that, but I think some city councilors may be seeing that for the first time. And this 41 is $65,000 for a housing navigator / homeless liaison. So just for discussion purposes, off the table to go with the stabilization fund. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This public safety, I think, comes under Sean Gonzalez. Sean, you still with us?
Yeah. He's got his hand up.
Okay. And Sean, before you speak, the law department, is there anything you wanted to weigh in on procedurally? Attorney Bissonette?
Good evening, councilors. This is part of the long-awaited settlement proceeds for the city participation in several pieces of opioid litigation nationwide. Which is that we had anticipated somewhere on the order of 2.2 million running through the year 2035. There will be a stream of payments that has already begun. There is 450,000 received so far. That includes the first batch of settlements from Johnson & Johnson. It does not include the most recent settlement that you may have heard of with some of this big pharma, which concludes one of 3 cases in bankruptcy court. That will add another $6 billion to the nationwide pie, and proceeds from that settlement will be coming to Holyoke with distributions to be determined split with the state, again, on the 60-40 ratio that we've been using for all the other settlements. If that happens on that ratio, Holyoke can expect over the next 15 years to receive closer to $3 million, and that would be on a basis of almost annually beginning of this July. So good news in the offing that there are some more tools to combat, and Sean is best to address that. But there are some constrictions involved in the settlement about use of the funds, and those are going to be monitored. But there is a lot of room for improvisation here, and Sean's just the guy to talk about that. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Sean, before we let you weigh in, just real quick. So we're creating the stabilization money, and those monies, as they start coming in July, can be put into the stabilization, which I think we all get. It makes sense, unless they start a revolving fund that they tell us we have to use. But is this a new position? The house. I know we had a talk last night with Jeff Trask and yourself, Sean. Is this a new position?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay, because we it has to be created by
yes.
ordinance or
Still has to be, yep.
yeah. So doesn't it make sense to put this money into if we create this stabilization fund, put this money into it so we can have our
Come back
discussion
later.
on creating it?
Yes.
That's yeah.
Tanya, does that make sense?
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing.
Yep.
After the discussion, so.
Okay, Sean. Sorry, but we just procedural. We just want to make sure we're going in the right direction. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely. I learn something every time I come to these meetings, so it's.
Yeah, we do too.
We do too, but that's what government is, To our auditor, Tanya Dorja.
I actually do have a question about this. Putting it in the stabilization fund, you're not going to have access to it. So if that's something that you wanted to create right away, I don't know if you would want to leave that in the general fund, or if you wanted to put it all in the stabilization fund and then ask for a vote after, once the position is created. I just don't know where we are in the program.
It seemed we would want to create the position and then make a transfer to fund the position whenever it's created, and we would take it from So put it in stabilization now, create the job, fund it from the stabilization, right?
Also, the supplies. I just want to know what orders to put in for tomorrow after.
Unless the supplies maybe are ready to go now, right?
No, I just do it all together. Because
Okay.
the supplies account, I threw 5,000, that person's going to need a computer,
Sure,
and need all that
sure.
stuff. So I
Sure.
threw that in there. But I like the idea, just put it in stabilization. Let's get this position created. It's just all happened at the same time. And we weren't sure what's going to happen. There was a lot of debate about this revolving versus stabilizing. But this is a good path. I think that's completely okay. We'll submit another order creating the position.
Sean, you go with that?
That's fine with me.
And you and Jeff gave a great discussion last night about this. So I think we had 12 out of 13 city councilors that were present last night heard both you and Jeff. So I think we were up to speed as to what sounds like a fantastic emergency type basis, service that's being provided, and a good way to do that and enhance what we do as a city for a lot of crises that happen throughout the year. But anyways, any other discussion?
Motion to return these two to the auditor.
Motion that we return 40 and 41 to the auditor for the purpose of replacing with money that will go into what we're about to do. On that motion, roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Puelo?
Yes.
Councilor Thomas?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. 40 and 41 return to the auditor. And then the creation of 17, the opioid settlement stabilization fund. Do we want to act on that?
Yeah, motion to adopt, as long as we can do that. I think we should do that.
Motion is
Second.
to adopt.
Yep.
Any discussion? Roll call, Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Paulo? Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. I don't know if anybody notices, but before I even say Counselor Paulo's name, he says yes. Now, see, I've got this body is trained now, Mayor, you know? We're going forward.
Land on the plane.
Okay.
No crash landings.
Well, thank God for Counselor Tallman. What are we on next?
I'm not sure. I think it's
20, I think.
19. Is it 19?
It's 19.
Or no,
19.
Oh, we did 19.
19's all
We did
set.
19.
We did 19. Yeah, 20.
20. Local ambulance.
Motion made second to take item 20 off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? This is a request for transfer of free cash 2023 to 2024, $50,000 for the mayor's contracted services known as the local ambulance study. It's off the table for discussion. Mayor, do you want to talk about this first?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this conversation probably has came up in the past between counselors in the past and former fire chiefs. I know I came in and it was brought up to us when I was on the fire commission. It got brought up to me again now as mayor. And so the idea here with this is just it's a feasibility. Let's procure a consultant to come in, no different than we're doing parking management, no different than we did trash management. Get an outside expert to come in and facilitate that conversation and develop feasibility analysis so we can finally figure out what our next steps is. And it might not be feasible, at least we can point to something that says, hey, we looked into it, we're not ready, or we might learn something we didn't know and we might want to be gung-ho about moving forward with the idea of local ambulance control through our fire department. So that's what this is. I don't know how much it's going to cost. I put 50,000. It can come back as 25. It can come back as 30. I guess when we do that procurement, that competitive bidding, we'll learn. But that's the idea behind this order.
Counselor Jordan?
Yeah, Mayor, there is thank you for doing this. I keep an open mind on the topic, and I have a lot of firefighters that have talked to me and think that it would make a really good idea, and a lot, I think that we should take them very seriously in their proposal and the opportunity, and it's something we should seriously consider. So I do thank the fire department. Most of the ones that I've talked to in the fire department are generally very supportive of the concept. So I think they deserve, as a fire department, to be heard and to have an opportunity to have this reviewed. I would say that there was a past study on this previously. Yep. Okay. Wow. And it was approximately 15 years ago. So please make sure that whoever's doing the new one has a copy of the old study.
Where do I get that copy? I didn't know.
I'll dig in the Jordan archive.
No, he's got it.
That's it's pretty deep. I may have to go down into the bowels to get it, but I will pull that out of the Jordan archive if I can. I'm sure I have it somewhere, but I'm going to say about 15 years ago, there was one done. And so, and it gets into the whole, would we have enough billables to cover the cost, to pay for the equipment and the staff? And there's this whole, obviously the whole financial analysis that is in it. But I did want to at least make you aware of the fact that this question had been examined previously. Yep.
Yeah, it'd be great if you have that report. I would love to have
look for it.
A very, we should think about a committee to work through this process also with the different stakeholders, and we could talk about how we create that. But
we did learn, there was a time when Chickabee's ambulance crew, they were losing money for the city. And one of the reasons they were losing money is an ambulance company to make money, and their pure profit is on transportation. Right. And that's, mom has to come home from the hospital or rehab. Mom has to go from the hospital to the nursing home or to the rehab and transportation. A lot of that has changed. I understand Chickabee is actually more than breaking even. I just asked that is taken into consideration in the study, and also that we take into consideration Holyoke Medical, itself, and how I don't think they even have an ambulance unit anymore. I think they rely upon the contracted services that are out there, but that we just take into consideration that they are Holyoke and what goes on. But ultimately, the person being transported gets to choose where they want to go, unless it's an immediate crisis or emergency type situation.
Personally, you know, I like the current model where we don't have to take on those responsibilities. At the same time, in government, you know, it's healthy to, you know, regardless of what I might personally think, it's healthy to just look into it, and I might learn things I didn't know. Hey, if we can move in that direction, if the analysis produces a solid report with recommendations, and you know we understand it together, then at least we have a shared understanding forward, eliminating, you know, as much as possible what we personally think, and just kind of pointing straight to the facts that helps us get to a conclusion. And you know, you get what you plan for is my motto. So.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Linda had.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Councilor Bacon.
Yeah, I just had a question, and I was just wondering if there had been any concerns raised about the current ambulance contract prompting this at all. So I was just.
No.
I was hoping not, but I was just wondering.
No, that's a good question. No, not at all. Not at all. This was just, again, just from when I was on the fire commission. Now, Mayor, former chief that recently retired, was the first thing he brought up.
Okay.
And then John Kettlewick starts, and this is the first thing he brings up. I'm like, all right, why don't we do this? We'll explore it. How about that?
All right, thank you.
Make a motion to be adopted?
Motion made second that we adopt and recommend this to the full city council next Tuesday. Seeing no further discussion, roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes. I waited.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos, yes. They're really jumping ahead of me.
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes, passes. Real quick, before we go into the rest of the agenda, which is our good friends out here in the audience, can we just do 42, 43, 44 as a package?
Second.
Suspend the
Motion
rule.
made second,
42,
take off the
44.
table. Each of these are conservationists, Yoni Golgower is online with us. 42, these are, I think, just up, let me read them real quick. They're grants. Greening Gateway Cities Program, 30,000, no match. 10,000, same. Greening Gateway City Programs, 100,000, no match. And then 15,000 for Municipal Energy Technical Grant Assistance. They're off the table. Yoni, I saw you online. We'd like to get you through these real quick, and you want to get us through these real quick, because I know they're all existing. Can you update us and tell us what you're going to do with it?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for taking me out of order. These are all three grants the city's gotten before. The two Greening the Gateway Cities grants are from the DCR tree planting program. The first one, the Municipal Partnership Grant, is specifically for tree improvements to the built environment within their designated planting zone, which is a specific section of Holyoke. And we're going to use that again to create and improve more tree pets. Probably 22 is what we can get done with this grant. And then the DCR will be able to install free trees in them. And just like last time, I'll be coordinating with our city forester and city engineer to make sure the sites are appropriate and remain ADA accessible. The $100,000 partnership grant is the opposite. We're going to be doing projects outside of their planting zone where DCR isn't installing trees, so that the city can do some of that themselves. We might be focusing on the Elmwood and Oakdale neighborhoods and working with One Holyoke CDC to do neighborhood outreach and try to identify some good sites within the public right-of-way, the tree belts outside people's houses, and hire a contractor to install trees in those areas. Hopefully we can get 60 to 100 trees planted and maintained with that grant.
Yoni,
the third one.
Do you also use volunteers once the trees are planted to keep them watered? And
Yeah, that's something we're figuring out. There's funding built into the grant for watering to some degree, but if we can find a way to reach an arrangement with the residents or with volunteers to take care of that part, then we could make that funding go farther in terms of more planting.
And I ask, it's a fantastic program, and I've met a few people out there I've seen, we all, I think, recognize that new sapling or tree, whatever you call it, the green bag that goes with it that kind of keeps the water there. But I've seen people come around and make sure there was water in them, and I think it's fantastic. And the
Yeah,
15,
definitely.
the 15,000 municipal energy technical assistant.
Yeah, so that's another grant from the Green Communities Designation Grant Program. Just like last year, we're going to use this to further our study of developing engineering specifications for a potential water source heat pump at Dean School, which would dramatically reduce municipal energy use, and also would remove a large block of natural gas from regular usage. The last study for 15,000 got us a lot farther in terms of feasibility, figuring out the different parts we would need to make it work. And this grant's gonna let us go a little farther and get some more engineering specifications so that hopefully we'll have enough information that we can go for some of the bigger grants to bid and construct it. And I'm working with Whitney Anderson from the school department on this project. And we're getting technical assistance from the UMass Clean Energy Extension as well.
UMass?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any discussion, any questions for Yoni?
Motion to approve?
A second.
Motion made and second to approve all three grants. If there's no further discussion, roll call. Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Pueblo?
Yes.
Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, 5-0. Thanks, Yoni. This will go to the full city council on Tuesday with a positive recommendation.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're at what, 21?
How are we doing them together or what? Some of them? Separate?
I'm going to rely upon Carl. If there's anything we can group together, like whether it might be
21, 2, and 3 look pretty easy.
Match.
I like the words no match in there.
No match.
Yes.
All right, why don't we start with 21, 22, and 23. Each are requests to accept grants with no matches. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Into the record. 21 is a recycling dividends program, 7,700 grant. 22 is a sewage notification assistance, $64,039, no match. And 23 is a transportation planning grant, $82,300, no match. We have with us our superintendent of the DPW, Carl Rossi. Members of the commission are present. I know they're going to be weighing in on different things. Mary Monahan and so forth. And somewhere down the line, we're going to get to Sean too, right? We will. Hey, Sean, you're the only person I didn't warn about this. I apologize, but
I warned him.
Okay, at least you got the word. I didn't promise anything, but I think we're doing fantastic.
Our engineer is here too.
Hey, Chris is here
Baker,
too.
who needs-
Sorry, Chris.
Needs no introduction.
I warned Chris. Chris thanked me. Okay, Carl, you want to walk us through these?
Yeah, the first one is the RDP grant. It's $7,700. It's recycling dividends program. That's what we got for fiscal year '23. So we're going to be using that money to supplement our new recycling coordinator with PVC, yes, with PVPC contract for assistance with the recycling program. Just to let you know, we did hire a new recycling coordinator. He started about 3 weeks ago. He's doing well. He actually worked today with Mass DEP for the RDP program for next year, and we're getting $8,800 for next year. And Susan Waite from Mass DEP said, since we have a recycling coordinator now, and we're going to be doing more enforcement, we'll get more milestones, so we should be getting more money. So that program is working very well. As far as items 22 and 23, I'll let Chris explain it.
Thank you. Our city engineer, Chris Baker.
So item 22 is for the sewage notification assistance grant. That was a Mass DEP program. There was additional requirements for CSO discharges into the Connecticut River that the residents who are signed up through the Everbridge notification get notified. We also had to purchase flow monitoring equipment to install at all of the CSO locations so that we could have real-time uploads onto the website. So there's now an interface on the website that allows anyone in the public to go on and see what may or may not be discharging out of those locations and what has discharged in the last 24 hours. So that this grant is helping with the money that's already been spent for that. There was also a small amount in there for Spanish language translation for those messages, so that could be dual language.
Chris, you said sign up. How does a resident sign up? Website?
Yep, so on the city website, there's a citizen alert platform called Everbridge, and on that, we've also linked the CSO notifications along with other emergency notifications at the residents. So they can either opt in, or if they're sick of getting these notifications, there is an opt out through that account as well.
We got a notification last week, and I thought it was a foreign language.
It was. I got one too.
And
Our
have we
Spanish
taken
is
out
for
the,
something else.
we have an important message from your organization.
Yeah.
Do we have something that just says, hi from the city of Holyoke, or, yeah.
I know.
How's that going? It's going.
It's going.
We knew it was a river, though, Connecticut River.
The gibberish, what happened was they had it in Spanish in the type fields, but the automated system doesn't read in Spanish. And we've talked about this before. Someone somewhere dropped the ball, and I had to call them up again and say, hey, can we not do this anymore? This other thing, we just hasn't been a priority. We haven't looked into it.
Okay.
Okay.
Transportation grant.
Okay, item 23. So this was another gaming commission community mitigation fund for MGM. I know Jennifer Heat also was speaking of this grant. So this was for the DPW. This is for transportation planning. So it's $82,300, and this is for a Main Street complete streets design. So we were able to kind of make an argument to tie in impacts that may have occurred on Main Street and Holyoke to the MGM. So that's why we were awarded the money for that, and we're hoping this is a longer term plan to get Main Street complete streets project onto the tip. So this would be in like 5 to 7 years. So we're just in the very beginning stages of it.
And which is good. What's the connection to mass gaming? How did they justify?
We were able to kind of spin some language to make a connection between the traffic that may have been generated from the MGM, that they may be traveling down Main
Mitigation.
Street on the way to
Okay.
and from the casino.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what, back when MGM came in, when they announced all that money coming to all the communities, and Holyoke was like this.
We got something, though.
Well, we gotta like it, huh?
Yeah.
Would have liked a casino on Mount Tom, but not everybody agrees with me there.
No, not in my backyard, right?
Like I said, not everybody agrees with me. Counselor Tallman.
Yeah, Chris, thanks for that. I know we brought this up, I think it was Councilor Murphy, Mayor Murphy. Is this down in the Springdale area, coming from, West Springfield down to that area? Remember we were talking about that program where
Yep,
they were going to put in the bike lanes and
Yeah, this
take
is a
away
different
parking?
project, actually.
Oh, it's a different
that
one.
project, we're searching for other funding for. But
Okay.
that's a project that the planning department has taken on. So that's through Mass Trails. They've been doing that design. So
That's what
that
it was,
goes
yeah.
up to Vernon Street. This is actually from Jackson Street to Mosier. So this is really a downtown project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Any discussion, any questions for Chris?
Not for Chris, but I actually had one for Carl on the recycling. So this is a state money that they put together to give to the city for doing recycling. And the question I had is, how long had the recycling coordinator position been vacant, if you know?
I would say at least 6 months before I started.
Okay, all right.
And then as soon as I started, we did a search for qualified candidate, which took a couple of months. So we started, I think, in 3 weeks ago, Monday started, so.
Okay, excellent. All right, great.
Any further discussion?
Motion to approve all three.
Motion made second that we approve and recommend adoption of all three of these grants, acceptance and set them up. Roll call, Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Powell?
Yes.
Counselor Tom?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. All three of these will go to the full city council next Tuesday. How about we group together, there's three transfers coming up. 3, 24, and 25.
24, 25, 26?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
24, 25, and 26. That's why we have Councilor Tom in there.
Try to help out a little bit anyways.
On that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. These transfers come under my name for the mayor and the DPW superintendent. First one is total 143,000. General superintendent 10,000. Administrative office manager 20. Highway labor 33, and refuse HMEO 80,000. Totaling the 143 into parks overtime 3,000. Water sewer City Hall 5,000. Water sewer DPW 1,000. Water sewer War Memorial 1,000. And water sewer annex 8,000. 45,000 recycling contract, and $80,000 into the landfill. Next one I'm going to read even quicker comes from 29,975, a highways power shovel operator, into a number of different repairs, maintenance, senior center, police station, overtime, administration, longevity, overtime, longevity, property, repair, maintenance, city hall, auto equipment, overtime, and clothing allowances, and motor vehicle fuel. The last one is a little simpler, $5,000 from high power shovel operator into refuse motor vehicle, refuse
EXP, what's that?
EXP.
Expense.
Expense, motor vehicle fuel. Under discussion, each of these are within Carl's budget this year to, I take it to finish out this year.
Correct.
To make up for balancing of the budget before the fiscal year closes. Carl, do you want to, if you could, I think we know the answers, but just quickly tell us why there are surpluses in the ones you're transferring, and what your needs are and where it's going.
Those are, the surpluses from where I'm transferring are from vacant positions or positions that weren't fully used during the year. For example, the general superintendent line item, obviously I came in
Right.
through mid-year. So that's where most of the monies came from, is from personal services, and it's going into fund all the other expenses that I have to make sure we get through the rest of the fiscal year.
Okay, parks overtime, time of year.
Yeah, time of year.
Any questions on this one?
Just, is it, we misestimated the recycling contract and the landfill disposal contract? Those are kind of the two bigger ticket
Yes,
items?
correct.
So is it that we had more tonnage or more usage, or was there a rate change? What happened?
There was a rate change from year to year, and I don't think it was put properly into the previous budget.
Okay.
But also, there was increased tonnage.
Okay.
For some reason. Hopefully, like I said, when we get the recycling program going again, there'll be less solid waste, more recyclables. We're doing dual stream. Hopefully get some revenue, but it's not at least half the expenses of, getting rid of our recyclables.
All right.
Right.
Thank you. Councilor Bacon has a question.
Councilor Bacon.
Yeah, just briefly, if we remember, it was almost a year that things had turned into single stream and we didn't know it. So I'm
right.
sure that had quite a big impact.
Correct.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Yeah, good point.
And thanks for getting it back to where it should be.
We're trying.
Yeah, I know, one step at a time, right?
But the recycling, like I said, the recycling coordinator coming in is a big help. Getting him up and running, which we have. That will hopefully by the end of the summertime, back to dual stream permanently with our new garbage totes too at the end, hopefully by the end of the summertime. You'll see the downtown and you see the rest of Holyoke a lot cleaner too.
Super important, yep.
Councilor Dahlman.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. And I think any of us notice certain neighborhoods that do recycle better than others. And there's some neighborhoods that, you see just trash bags out there, no barrels.
Right.
So maybe they don't have, I don't know if with this recycling coordinator coming in, maybe notice that there's a couple that just, if you got 5 houses and 4 of them have bins, this last one doesn't. Maybe they're not doing recycling because they don't have the bins.
Correct.
So if there's something that he could do to look into that
Yes.
in different areas, I think that'd be helpful too.
He's already looking into it.
Okay, great.
Any further discussion?
Make a motion to approve all 3.
Second.
Motion made second to approve all 3. If there's no further discussion, roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes.
Councilor Thomas?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern, yes. Okay, passes 5-0, all three, and that means they will go to the full city council next Tuesday. And I'm hesitating because I want to make a suggestion, and let me make it first, that we take the free cash items as a package. There's a lot of them. It starts with, and then we can always separate any one of them if we want to vote on it differently or not vote on it. So it begins with item 27, and it goes all the way through
35?
35, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, and then we'll stop because after that, we go into some sewer stuff.
Yeah.
So 27 through 35 is a package, okay? I'll read them quickly, and then we can always, like I said, separate them out if we have to. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All these are free cash, certified 2023 free cash to be used in 2024. First one, 27, it's $100,000, War Memorial Commission capital outlay building improvements. Item 28 is $560,000, highways, bridges, capital outlay vehicle plow truck replacement, 2 vehicles. Item 29 is capital outlay, $42,003. Building maintenance pickup truck replacement, looks like 1. Item 30 is $150,000, contract forestry services. We talked about that last night. Item 31 is $100,000, highway, bridges, capital outlays, infrastructure, more specific sidewalk improvement. Item 32 is DPW contracted services, implementation of the DLS hazard control recommendations. We talked a little bit about that last night. 33 is $27,000. Bridges, highway bridges, capital outlay, city equipment, line painter replacement. Item 34 is $25,000. Property capital outlay equipment, city hall clock. Item 35 is $250,000. Property capital building improvements, the chambers of the city council, the historic chambers of City Hall, not just the city council. But it is a number of different proposals. Carl, it's up to you. They're off the table for discussion. You want to walk us through them?
Yes, I'll guide you through
And maybe
them.
one at a time, we can ask questions if there are any.
Item 27, I'll defer to Sean, because he's been working on it.
Thank you. Sean, welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Yes, no problem. Thank you, Counselor.
Sean, can you introduce yourself, not yourself, but your title and what you've been doing in this area of historic stuff?
Yeah, so my name is Sean Sheedy, and my title within DPW is Building Maintenance Supervisor. So I've been overseeing a lot of different stuff within the ARPA project, and any of the day-to-day maintenance with any of our property city buildings, which we have over 15, including the parking decks, and anything that has to do with basically within construction in our buildings, and also working with Chris, the engineer, and our project managers.
Thank you. And now, War Memorial Commission capital outlay.
Yeah, so for this, the elevator went down at the War Memorial from our service contractor that does the elevator inspections and service. They're estimating that the jack, which is the actual piston, which is buried below the concrete in the ground, has failed. So we don't have a crystal ball, right? We can't see below the concrete. We can't see what's going on in there. But under similar failures amongst other age of elevator, this is what's happened in the past to others. So they've given me kind of a ballpark of jobs that have been done in the past. I've reached out to a consultant, an elevator consultant, to give me a quote on their services to help us guide us through writing the scope, the construction management process of it, and they've given me an estimate. It's a little over it's about $16,000, but they break it down in phases. So we can pick and choose those phases, meaning that if all we want them to do is write the scope for it, then that's all we'll use them for, and I can manage the project so we can save a little bit of money, or we can have them do everything for us. But they break it down into phases. Now, because it's over the 15 or over 10,000, it would have to go out to, I'd have to get 3 quotes on it anyways, but maybe we can save a little bit of money, and we can pick and choose which phase we want to use them for, and then I do the rest. Because like I said, we can't see under the ground, we don't know about hazmat or anything. So the 100,000 that we've put together is, I've put for 15,000 for the design services. The 80,000 is for the replacement of the jack and assemblies. That was a number given to us by the elevator company that has our contract, and it's just a ballpark. And then another quote from them for 5,000 for the repair of the safety door, because it'll just close on you. You really got to slam it and get in front of it, otherwise it'll shut on you. So I have that spreadsheet here in paper form. I can hand to you guys if you want to look at it. Obviously, like I said, I don't have the crystal ball. I can't see what's underground, but we had to get some type of number on paper to come forward tonight. So hopefully we can stay within the 100,000 for the budget, but we'll have to see. So like I said, as of right now, it is down. It is beyond the mechanical room and in the basement and non-operable.
And just so everybody knows, online, Commissioner Laddie has joined us. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good evening. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sean, thank you. That was a mouthful, but as soon as you said the elevator underground, I said, whoa, this is serious. Carl, all buildings come under the DPW, so I take it that
Correct.
the superintendent's in favor of this.
Yes.
I'm sure the commissioners are okay with this. And Mayor, you signed off already, so we know you're okay.
Gotta do it.
Is there any discussion? Chair will entertain, well,
we're a package.
we can do a package.
deal.
We can do a package.
20
Next.
28, some plow trucks.
Can we go, just maybe I want to get Sean out
Oh,
of
the
here a
Sean
little
items?
quicker.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes,
What's the
do
next
Sean's
Sean item?
item so we could get him out of here
Yeah.
quicker. Number 28, Sean. Number 32.
32.
Okay, this is the count, no, it's 35, right?
No,
32.
32 is the
32,
deal.
I'll speak on that, but Sean could, he helped me with the DLS.
Well, I can speak on the DLS, yep. Okay, so for the DLS report, we had DLS come through and give us a full report of the Pellisier building, and they found some things. It's been a lot of deferred maintenance, things that haven't been updated or repaired. It's basically safety issues that they've recognized. So I think it was 73,000 that we're asking for is from their report, and what I've put together from estimates, whether I've gotten hard estimates from contractors to do the actual repairs to the building to make it safe for the employees, and or to give the building what DLS wants in safety. Like, for example, in bays 5 and 6, when the public comes in on Tuesdays and Thursdays to dump trash, dump wood, we don't have any safety lines. We don't have any markings of where to go. It's very, and like they said, it's not safe. There's no crosswalk. So what we're proposing is to line stripe both of those bays. So it's very clear you have a crosswalk. Stop here. This is the next station. Okay, you can proceed, make your way through. This is a one-way. So that'll be through like a painting contractor for that portion of it. Some of it is stair repairs to repair the stairs that are from the original building. I mean, these stairs are so worn down. Imagine how many employees have walked up and down these stairs to use the bathrooms. They've worn down literal concrete stairs to nubs to nothing. So I have a quote on that to get new stair treads installed there. There is a few others. So our propane storage, where we store our propane. Right now, we just have them on sawhorses. DLS is looking for them to be an official cage, like when you go to Home Depot or you go to Ocean State Job Lot and you turn in your propane tank and you get a new one. That's what we want. So we can have a cage that holds up to 50, because that's what we turn in. Once we get to 50, we have a company comes through and they take them. So within the quote I have is to get a new cage system that can hold up to 50 propane tanks. There's also shelving in for Bay 1. Bay 1, our housekeeping was another site on the DLS report. We need to do better housekeeping. Well, we have a lot of different departments that have different items throughout Bay 1. I have in there to get some shelving. The metal forklift style shelving where we can have, fire department can have some stuff there. Bridges and Highways can have some stuff. I can have some stuff. Whatever else we have, recycling to straighten up and housekeep in our Bay 1. Some of the other ones were the saw equipment. They cited us on that. The saws that we have, like the table saw and the band saw, are so old and out of date and antiquated that they are unsafe to use. So we've had to shut them down. So this would be for a new saw with a new saw stop. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, where they put a hot dog on the saw blade and it instantly stops. So if a worker were to even nick their finger in there, the saw instantly shuts down. So it's just safety to the equipment that the laborers use on a day-to-day basis.
I don't want to be naive, but
music to my ears.
DLS.
Department of Labor Services.
Labor Services,
yeah.
okay. I was about to say local, so I would have been naive.
Sounds like it, yeah.
This is really it is a spin-off from Councilor Jourdain's previous concerns around workplace safety.
Yeah.
And so conversation with Kelly, I encouraged her to reach it. Cities and towns usually don't want to communicate with the Division of Labor Standards because, once they cite things, you got to fix it. But
I wanted it. Yeah, I wanted them. I asked them to come in. I says, all doors are open. Let me know what's wrong. We'll fix it right away.
Thank you.
And so they produced this pretty healthy report with great safety recommendations. And so this dollar amount is just so that they can go forward with implementing them, and Division local standards know that we complied.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Tom.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, to do this, I mean, I've been here a few years and never seen anything like this where somebody's actually going through and the issues. Because I think a lot of us here, I've used that. I use the Bay sometimes if I get to drop something off down there on Tuesdays or Thursdays. They're great. The employees are great. But, you see stuff that's a little shuffled around, or the paint's here and the boxes are here, but they're mixed up and they're not emptied. And like you said, to have this is the way you go, have lines there, have yellow paint to break off the areas. And I think anybody that's, works in an environment, in a workplace or a warehouse, has that. And, you get the safety and you took the time to, keep the employees safe. Then you get less injuries, you get less people out of work. You're funding the city in a proper way. And it's really important. So I'd never seen anything like this. And I really commend the superintendent and Sean, especially for the work you're doing here.
Yeah, and it's an open conversation with them. It's not like they just came in and did the report and that's it. We have monthly conversations with them back and forth, and we update them on what we're doing and their recommendations. Like help guide us. Please guide us on what other cities are doing or what your recommendations are, and taking what they give us the info and then rolling with that.
That's super.
And I might, Mr.
Councilor Jourdain.
I like the fact that we're following up with their recommendations and showing them we're serious and we're actually listening to them and actually making these repairs, so that when we ask them for advice, they're going to be like, yeah, okay, Holyoke, you ask for our advice, but you never follow it, or you don't put the money that is needed. So it gives you guys a lot of credibility when you're trying to get their support to go through different buildings and say, hey, what do you think we should do? And then we're following it up with the resources.
That's what they're there for.
Exactly.
They're there to help us. They're not there to cite us or fine us or anything like that. And they're willing, if you're willing to ask for help, they're willing to help you.
That's awesome.
That's great.
What's the next Sean item?
Item 34.
Item 34.
No, I'm sorry.
35.
35?
Sorry, 35.
Okay, so this one
Hang on one sec. You're doing great. I got to read it. 35 is the $250,000, and this is DPW, the capital outlay building improvements for the city council chambers. Okay, Sean?
So this one, I'm just going to hand you guys the spreadsheet that I have, just a paper so you guys can have eyes on. I'm sorry I don't have an electronic copy for everyone. But I just want to say this, that this is the initial stage of this. And so as we look around on this, there's some things that I notice. So for example, today I did some training in some flood fight training out in Brimfield. And their council chambers is where we had the presentation, their slide presentation from the Army Corps of Engineers. So as looking at their chamber, which is very updated, it's just been recently updated. So we can see the envision of kind of what we want to do here. And so going with that, I'd like to put a presentation together, a slide presentation for maybe next time we meet or something, just to kind of see like the improvements that we want to make, so you can have a visual on what we want to do. Because it's the initial phase of it, we've already qualified an architect for it. It's Architecture EL. Marco Crescenti is part of that. Marco was part of the Historic Commission at some point. I don't know if any of you know him. So he's got his hand on the pulse for here in Holyoke. He's a Holyoke resident, and he's also the architect for other projects we have within the city for ARPA. So we work very well together, and they'll be the architect on this for this job itself. So let me just hand these out so you guys can look at it. And like I said, there's not everything is in here. Some of the things like the shades and maybe getting the TVs mounted, but that will work within the project itself.
I want you guys to have the best council chambers that anybody's ever walked into ever.
When this is done, I can only imagine what the mayor's office is going to look like.
Oh, it's going to look the same.
There's going to be.
I'm frugal and I don't need much.
He's next.
Okay, well, if you send it to Jeff, he'll be like all of us.
There'll be a hot tub in the mayor's office.
No, never.
No, I don't think so.
So these are just soft costs that I've come up with working with contractors and talking with the architect on the side. So within like a project like this, a bigger project, there's scope creep, right? So we have to be careful of that because it could grow into a lot more things. We don't have any hazmat on here, so we could start ripping up the floor. We could get into the walls, right? And we can find a hazmat material. We don't know that yet. Like I said, we don't have the crystal ball. We can't tell what's in there. But as far as going through the list of items, one of the big things there, the removal of the carpet and installing new flooring to brighten up the floor, right? And working with like bringing the whole system updated. And that's why I was saying about a presentation, because that'll really show you kind of like what other council chambers are doing nowadays. Where this setup here, where we have like this where it kind of encloses this way, the newer chambers, they're kind of all one level and the president's in the middle, but then it's all either casework like built-ins or furniture that's kind of all one level, and it goes all the way across in a half moon, and where you face everybody faces the public, and you still have your meeting in the table in the middle and everything, but it's kind of on one level, not where you have here, where we have multiple tiered levels, but that's taking up a lot of space. So how do we bring it into the 21st century, compact it, but still also maximize the space for walking, ADA compliancy, to get up and use the bathroom, right? Instead of walking sideways to get to use the bathroom or a door, we're having that full width where we're compliant with the new codes. And like with the flooring, say we remove the desks there and we install new casework where it's all one level, all the flooring is cut to that. Even though it's new flooring in here, and it's a shame to have to take it up, but to make it work with the new layout, we have to. And my recommendation for here in the acoustics is to stick with a carpet. We throw a hard surface in here, we're gonna mess the acoustics up. It's gonna sound terrible. So we stay with a carpeted surface. As far as furniture within there, there's furniture in there.
You included this room back here, right, Sean?
What's that?
This room is included in the renovation? Our office?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Well, we can talk about that, right?
Yeah, actually, I think we can just include that in our ARPA project.
Yep.
It is in the ARPA project? It's in the ARPA project.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and so furniture too back there for the public, the new seating and everything, new desks layout, like I said, whether it's casework built in or their desks themselves.
Where'd our bench rows go that we used to have in there?
Yeah. I think they're just laid out throughout the city, like.
They're out in the
hall.
they're
Just
the
there
building.
out in the hall.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There's one upstairs, and then the walls, redoing the walls, recreating the murals. And then the pictures, bringing the pictures up to the way that you guys want them, showing maybe the progression from times before to the modern times, and having that layout. I've worked with Jeffrey Anderson Burgos on a spreadsheet for that, and how we want to have that laid out, and that'll be part of this also. Also going out into the hallway too.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Good. That's the way it used to be.
Just a few comments, and great project, Mayor, thank you, Sean, thank you. There's some historical items on this list that I think we have to really involve other people, including the railing,
Right.
including the president's podium, not the city clerk's, this is kind of newer, but things that have to be taken into consideration that, they're part of the history of this building, the history of the city itself, and I think, whether it's the Historic Commission or someone. As far as the mural, I need to hear more before we say we have to replicate it. We had VTech go into the Victory, with MIFA and take down the murals in the Victory, save them, not replicate them, save them. And the city actually has, we're owners if the Victory Theater never opens again to those murals. Is there some way of exploring that, how to save, especially the one behind us? Not so much the upper
These are
one.
in actually really good
these are
condition.
good.
It's
Yeah.
really only
Yeah,
here
so-
forward.
Correct. So if you look in the spreadsheet and the square footage, it's actually where it starts there, because that was done in the 50s there. That was redone. It would only be the upper portion and then the walls themselves. And because if we're going to be repairing the walls, let's tuck all the wires in from the camera system, the speakers. Let's tuck everything in the walls themselves and eliminate the hodgepodge wires that are just flung around and laying on the floor. They would actually be put into the cavities because we're going to be redoing the walls anyways.
That makes sense. But if we can save this behind us.
Yeah, and so the great thing about Architecture EL is they have a historic consultant on their team, and that was one of the things that helped with qualifying them and working with them to be able to do that.
Okay. You see where the commissioner is sitting over there? You know what that is?
The vent?
Yeah.
The vent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's just a cover.
But it's the air conditioning for this room.
Actually, that's just a cover for the.
It's the cover for where the air conditioning is coming from.
That's.
Yes.
That's
Do
just
you
for
want to
the-
turn the air conditioning on so we can show Sean how we cool down in August in our midsummer meetings?
So I
Be an
think.
HVAC improvement.
Here's my point.
Yeah.
Is I don't see anywhere on this, or maybe it's coming down the road, heat and air conditioning. And heat is a city hall issue, I guess, but.
Yeah, and so that was the split there between ARPA and funding for this. We can definitely talk about that.
Because these windows don't open.
Right.
They're-
Right.
Yeah, the thing is with ARPA, they're not furnitures, you know what I mean? Like, there's only certain things that are ARPA eligible that are gonna, and then there are others that won't be, where this 250,000 would come into play. But heating and cooling is I believe is an ARPA eligible when it comes to HVAC stuff.
Yep.
I mean, it's nothing I'm going to enjoy, but I think it's something that the future
Yeah,
people who
absolutely.
work in this chambers will want to enjoy.
Yeah, and this list was put together a while back, and so we can definitely continue to work on it and modify it. But it was something to get down and get the job rolling.
Okay. And I know President McGee has worked with you or worked, with someone, because he has a good handle on this. And, he pointed out a few things to us last night, but we appreciate it. Any discussion? Anything else for Sean?
It was item 34. Can you comment on that one? That's the repeater.
No, I don't know about it, but is that where we're going to install one on the tower?
No, so there is a repeater, radio repeater that's in the clock tower. You guys know about that. That was installed, I don't know when, but there's no environmentally controlled enclosure for it. And it's I guess an extension of the radio for police and fire that's in our clock tower. Were you guys around when that was installed?
I wasn't.
Remember?
I'm vaguely aware of it. I remember.
We have one in there, but it's not.
I just know it's there.
There's no environmentally controlled enclosure for that radio system, and so that was a request that the police chief and the fire chief had put in.
Sure. Enclosure.
Okay.
Clock tower.
Because essentially, emergency dispatch, everything.
It's
they
a repeater,
use-
so it extends. Yeah, it's like what do you call it when you try to extend Wi-Fi networks.
Yeah, so the NAT extender.
Network,
So it is, and up in the tower is you have extreme conditions, hot, cold,
Yeah.
and if you don't get the proper equipment up there, it has a tendency to mess with it and the signal. So I think that's what that is. Because I go up there all the time to change the lights every month for depending on what's going on. This month is gun violence, right? So they're orange. So as you go up there, the equipment is just, it's not in the elements per se, but it's subject to the heat and the cold, and to have the proper equipment helps it last a lot longer and continue its cycle.
Wow. $25,000.
We used to have a lot of pigeons up there, Sean.
A lot of money for an enclosure, right?
Yeah. It's a fancy enclosure, right, for 25,000?
Well, just think of where they have to go.
Correct.
Go up
Correct.
and
That's
fix
what it
it.
is. It's in its own case, which helps control the heat and the cold. Yeah, and
Sorry,
it's
Mr. Chairman.
properly insulated.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
It's, Counselor Dunn?
I just had a quick question. I'm not going to be here around much longer, so I'd like to get up that clock tower sometime to see how you put those lights up there, okay?
Absolutely. Just give me a text.
I'll let you know.
First of the month, and I'll change them out to whatever color it is.
Counselor Tomlin and I, if we went up the tower with you with our knees, we'll never make it back down. That repeater, they're going to be sending over someone from with a helicopter to get us out of there.
So we can approve
Further
that?
discussion.
Are we going? Okay, we're doing all these.
I think we're good with the Sean items.
Yeah.
then.
Sean, thank you.
Sean, thank you. We
Thank you
really
so much.
appreciate your hard
Much
work
appreciated.
for us.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah,
Keep it
thank
going.
Arlo, it's back in your
Okay.
control.
Number 28.
28?
28.
Free cash, this is the 560 into two vehicle plow truck replacements.
Yes, we got quotes for 2 vehicle as part of what we wanted to do for replacing plow trucks. We're replacing DPW number 35, which is a 1994 International, close to 30 years old with 170,000 miles, and DPW number 34, which is a 1996 International with 145,000 miles.
And they're dump bodies, right? Are they dump bodies or no?
Yes.
Yeah, right, okay.
So these are the traditional big,
Yeah.
the big trucks, yeah.
Correct.
And same thing like we've been talking about vehicles, do you have to go through the state bid?
Yes, correct. Same, this is international, not Marcotte, obviously. And we go through the international, the contractor, and they procure everything else too. So I already spoke with Jamie about this. You know, I gave her the quotes, you know, when we're ready to purchase it, she tells me if I need anything else. And so working with Jamie has been very, very helpful.
And you can trade in the old ones.
What we've been doing, whatever surplus stuff we have, we put it on auction.
Auction.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do it through Gov Deals.
Okay.
And I've used them in New Jersey when I worked in New Jersey, and the premium goes to, it comes out of from the buyer.
Okay.
So whatever is on auction, that's what we get.
And this comes with all the equipment, yeah, like the plow itself and
Correct.
all of the stuff that
Yes.
it needs. You've got that all in here. Okay. All right.
I just got a quick question.
Counselor Tomlin?
Yeah, just a quick question, Carl, on the vehicles. After this goes through, what is like the time frame to order them and to get them in? About?
I'm not quite sure.
Could it be like 6 months or something? Some of these vehicles, they
Probably,
take a
yeah.
while, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you utilize the other ones while you have,
As long as they're
they keep them going, right?
Yes. as
Hopefully
long
we'll have them to do some plowing, right?
Yeah,
For
right.
winter.
Before you know it, it'll be December.
That's
Yeah,
why
you never know.
That's
That's it.
why as soon as it gets approved, I'm already ready to get a purchase order and to get.
Are these two the oldest vehicles in your fleet?
Yes.
Ideally, counselors, you know, because I think, we don't know off the top of our heads, but there are other large vehicles like these. I think there might be some other dump trucks. There's also the trash trucks. So every year in this capital depending on how much we can handle, I'm thinking minimum 2 a year until we get this full replacement of all these old, you know, trucks that breaking down or not efficient.
Quickly came up with a 5-year capital plan on what we wanted to do, which I submitted to the mayor. Not obviously, if I had my wish list, I'd do every piece of equipment over 20 years old. but, doing proper capital planning, do 2 a year of each type of vehicle, that'll help out to get our fleet modernized.
The nicest thing is we're not got any debt service on any of this.
That is true.
Council Pueblo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you just talk a little bit more about the auction part about that? You said you used it before in New Jersey. Have you used it in Holyoke?
We partnered up with GovDeals, and they're through Mass state contract also. They work with municipalities. They come in, whatever equipment that you want to auction off, they come in, they take pictures, they post it on their website. Only thing you have to do is monitor it for any questions. And then at the end, when the bid closes in 10 days, payments are made directly, and we get paid, we figured out, we put stuff on auction, and I think as of yesterday, we were talking about $48,000 we got for some of our equipment. So, it's the best to auction and often trade these older pieces of equipment.
For sure. Thanks.
Joe.
And
Counselor-
that money went to the general fund, just so you know. So
Goes into
whatever's
the general,
reserved fund later, free cash, yeah.
Yeah. Leasing, selling property takes a city council vote, but I think trading in vehicles is different. Auction is different. I think it's allowed.
Disposing of city property, yeah.
To look into that.
I'd have to.
As far as what?
Well, typically, to divest, you can't really buy anything without our permission, and the question is, can you sell city
something
property without the council's approval?
Okay.
We should have that at least looked at. It is an interesting question.
I think Jamie looked into it, depending on
The value?
the value of it.
Okay.
I mean, there's also I know we're going a little off topic, but I think you could do a lot of other stuff with GovDeals too, as far as selling other city property.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure. I think it was even with the tax liens and stuff like that you could put on that auction.
Yeah, the auction list is a little different, but when you get into buildings or property or.
Real estate, definitely. There's a we have specific statutes on real estate.
Right.
I mean, gas and electric can't sell the dam without coming back to
The city council, yeah.
Get that straight. The water department can't sell the reservoirs, all right?
Can you imagine that? That'd be crazy.
Well,
But I think you're.
three commissioners, selling the reservoirs to development would be,
We have one of them right here, right, Kev?
Yeah.
Can I?
No, I'm for keeping it, so that was
Yeah.
no
Councilor
worries.
Dunn.
Yeah, I just want to make a sense. I hope Kevin doesn't mind, and I'm dating a little bit, but DPW number 35, that was your first year in office, so you might have put that out there in
You never
1994,
know,
right?
maybe, yeah.
You might have been, might have approved that one, right?
It's all coming full circle.
Yeah, it's full circle, yeah. And you're still
I
here.
outlasted Truck 35.
You're still here, and they're not.
Put that on my headstone someday. Yeah.
That means you've got a lot of stamina. You've been around a long time.
So we try. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
You approved the 1996.
How about 29? Building maintenance.
Oh, Linda had Linda.
Councilor Macon, I'm sorry again.
I just want to make sure we have drivers for all these vehicles.
Yes.
That's cool. I like that. That's a good one.
After last night, I wasn't going to say a word.
Just confirming.
These we do.
Not, just confirming.
I'm sorry. Now we're at
29?
29.
29, $42,003 for a building maintenance pickup truck replacement.
Yes, that is a pickup truck, 2002 Ford Ranger. It's very poor condition. The odometer doesn't work, so I don't know what the actual odometer reading is. So we're replacing that vehicle with a pickup, and that's going through Marcotte, proper, purchasing laws, through state contract, fully, through Marcotte, fully equipped.
Perfect. Any discussion? 30, contract forestry trees. I think we all understand this one, but if you want to give it to us, Carl.
Yeah, since coming on board, we've gotten a tree contractor to come in with the appropriations from last year. There was $60,000. So we got a tree contractor to come in. They've been working the past month or so, working on the tree list of trees that needed to come down. With this free cash, we're trying to continue that program to fund the tree program either with takedowns or trim backs or whatever we need to do to catch up with our forestry work.
I said it last night, I'll say it tonight, always in favor, because that tree doesn't get smaller, it just keeps getting, no matter how much you tackle it, keeps getting bigger, and vendors and contractors, I think, will always be needed, even when the other thing I talked about last night happens. Councilor Dahlman.
Yeah, I want to thank you, the contract and support to get this done, even though we don't have the current person to do that. But I got a phone call today from somebody, couldn't even understand their name, but they said, thank you for getting that tree down. Now, it might be something I put in 3-4 years ago when it got done. So whatever it is, it makes a difference. And every single tree that gets taken down, there's a resident there that's really happy with that. So it's
and
important.
at the end of the month, I'll provide the mayor with a list of trees that we're taking down, and probably with a list of more trees that were put on the list. So that way, you can let your constituents know that DPW is working on it.
They're knocking them down. Yeah. Thank you.
And in the spirit of what Councilor Tallman said about me and the truck, we actually now have saplings that are so big now. When Councilor McGivern started on the council, that they now have to be trimmed back.
We got a couple of redwoods out there.
I got some for Ward 2. You'll be seeing on Tuesday. I got added to the list. We got them growing on top of buildings down on like Hamilton Street and South Summer. Yeah, they're actually coming on growing over these apartment blocks. It's like,
wow. And there's some weird deformed trees on the end of summer. Main Street, forget about Main Street. The trees are all screwed up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you'll be seeing got some more for you next Tuesday.
Okay. Item number 31.
31
is $100,000 for sidewalk improvement.
I'll let Chris speak on this.
Yep, Chris Baker. So I just wanted to briefly state that this was requested for, right now we have ample funding through CDBG for eligible areas for low and moderate income areas, but we don't have any funding for sidewalks that are outside of those census tracts. So that's what this money is intended to be used for. There's been several council orders that have been submitted for even just sidewalk panels that have been popped up by trees that need to be replaced. So that's what this money is intended to be used for.
Chris, not too long ago, it might have been a little before your time, and you might have it somewhere in the archives in your office. The engineer presented us with a list of sidewalks that were done over not just CDBG, but over the course of probably the last decade or two. I think, if it's not, I'm not asking you to do a lot of work, but that's something that can be presented. I think our residents out there love seeing that, and it's amazing how much work is put into infrastructure when it comes to sidewalks and roads. It's just, and I know as soon as you do it, there's something that needs to be redone back from 1994.
Yeah.
But, it's a job that I think is not always gets the credit for what's done through the city, and appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it, and the mayor. And
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. I just really want to thank Chris for putting this forth, because it's been many, many years out, say in Ward 5 and some of the areas that have particularly the old asphalt sidewalks, that they've had any attention, and so it's really welcomed. And I'm sure the residents will appreciate it. Thanks.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay, Carl, what's next?
Item 33.
Okay, this is $27,000 for line painter replacement.
Actually, these are for 2 line painter replacements.
Thank you.
The 2 line painters that we have are shot. We're just barely getting along with the one. One is going to go to the highway department, and the other one is going to go to parks. Obviously, they're 2 different, types of line painters. So we're going to purchase 2 of those that are, they're working with duct tape and rubber bands right now.
So the highways is what we see when we're painting crosswalks.
Crosswalks.
Parking areas, all that stuff. And the parks is?
Parks is for Fields.
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 Okay. Nice. Any discussion?
How quick?
Councilor Bacon.
How quick?
Can we go?
I got my 3-year list running. I might not live long enough. No, I'm sorry. Only kidding.
No, we'll get on as fast as we can. Trust me.
Line painting and 50K.
Yep.
We gotta see some lines, man.
Yes, we will. We will.
No,
we
it's
got
really, I
we
mean,
got paint in the budget.
We got paint in the budget.
Yeah?
All right,
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Budget.
I think I saw everything covered, right?
Yeah.
Between this and that, so.
I mean, we kid around, but it's
Yeah.
lines, especially in the roads, are so important.
We know.
You know, I'm all in
Yeah.
favor for what we do for kids and adults that play games in the fields, but
Yeah.
driving at nighttime, Councilor Tallman told him that he's having trouble getting home because he's got to follow the white lines up the hill. But it's so important to keep up with those. And I know it's you could do a third every year and just start over and still have to do another third, but I think we did 34, 35, so 36.
That was all 36.
I think, next.
Yep.
And this.
Oh, no, 36 wasn't part of the package. That's the
time
sewer.
out, time out, we did.
I think we're good.
Hang on.
Yep.
So the package, which is items 27 through 35.
Yep.
If there's no further discussion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion made second to approve. Recommend adoption to the full city council. Roll call. Councilor Jordan.
Yes.
Councilor Puelo.
Yes.
Councilor Tallman.
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. All of them passed unanimously 5-0, and I'm sure it'll be unanimous with the city council.
Yes. I just want to say something about my staff, especially Sean and Chris, and you'll see a lot of good improvements coming at DPW. With the new hires that I've made with our new office manager, Stephanie, who came out of personnel department, I stole her.
It's all good.
All good.
We trade them.
Chris has been a big asset to me since I started, helped me guide me. Mary's awesome. Sean is great. And once you get to see some of the other supervisors, you'll see a big change in DPW.
Well,
And I want to thank you all of you for your support since I've been here.
Thank you, Carl.
you.
And once again,
Yeah,
not just
nice to see.
welcome, but you're no longer the new guy.
No, not
But we
anymore.
appreciate it. And as far as stealing someone from one office to the other, that's okay, because Springfield and Long Meadow and Amherst like to steal people away from us, and that's not okay. So you protect whatever you got there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless we don't like them. Take them.
Take-
We are now heading into a package 36,
37?
37,
38? and
38, 39.
That's it. And then 46 later, right?
I think that might be it for
46 might be part of it, no? With the sewer separation project?
46. We're going to keep a little bit
Separate,
separate.
okay.
We're going to talk about that briefly tonight.
Okay.
Chris, Chris and I talked a little bit, and we got to set the tables for that. But
Okay.
I think right now let's do 36. These are transfer requests from the first one is from the from the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Tanya, what am I saying? Is this free cash?
Retained earnings, they call it.
Okay, you're going to have to explain that one to us.
It's the
but-
same as free cash.
Same as
It's
free
unspent-
cash?
Same unspent from the prior year.
Okay, so this one is $56,998.37, and this is paying for an invoice that was unencumbered at the end of the fiscal year. So that's permission to use this year's monies for something from a prior year. The next one is $276,500. This is retained earnings also and into the from Stewart Stabilization, now I see it. And it's a deficit in the management contract. Next one is $61,127.63. Same sewer retained earnings into a management contract deficit. And then $56,009, is this a duplicate? Same number.
It does look like a duplicate to me.
Well, I'm going to read it, then we can figure out if it's a duplicate. It's into the management service contract invoice. So, waste.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's
It's different.
It's just the same bill, but another bill.
It's a transfer and then a payment of a previous year's invoice to pay with the transfer.
Okay. I can handle, I think, put us all on the same page. Previous year invoices cannot, this year's monies can be used, but only with permission of the mayor and the city council. So I think we understand that, but, okay, who's gonna take the lead on this one?
Item number 36, the auditor has an invoice from the previous fiscal year. She's trying to get paid. Tanya, do you want to talk about that invoice? I don't know what it.
Yeah, so this is actually from the management contract as well, and the sewer enterprise fund didn't have enough money to pay for the last $57,000 of their management contract last year. I know that we've had some turnover there, and somehow that did not end up getting put in front of council prior to now, so I do apologize for that. And there is a transfer from the retained earnings from the sewer to go into the sewer fund to pay this previous year bill, and that will be the next order that you see with the same figure.
Yeah, so that 56,998 retained earnings, which is the enterprise's version of free cash. So what is being proposed here is to take $56,998.37 of those retained earnings to pay for a previous fiscal year bill.
Which probably wouldn't have been there had we paid the bill timely.
Well, so
it's creating an artificial surplus that we're now just transferring
ideally
back to pay it.
what would happen is just like in
Effectively, in
What?
my opinion, yeah.
Point one goes to Councilor Jordan. Yes.
So year-end processes, you try to close you pay your bills and whatnot, you transition into the new fiscal year.
Yeah.
In that transition, we hadn't have leadership in the, and so it was just, it's one of those that slipped through everyone's because we didn't have anybody monitoring. I mean, on the flip side, it's one. Usually in communities, sometimes you'll find 5 bills that didn't make it through or whatever.
Yep.
So it's not terrible.
No.
Okay, so far we're doing this as a package. Everybody okay with that one?
Yep.
All right. Next one is the $276,500. So why do we say sewer stabilization on this one and not, it does say retained earnings above, I'm sorry.
So you have a source stabilization with money in it. And so what this is proposing here is to take $276,500, which is the balance that's in, not the retained earning, not the cloud, but monies we actually put in source stabilization last year, to go toward funding the, $700,000 sewer deficit. But this one is, there's a couple of things in the air at the moment, and Mary's going to speak to. Tomorrow, there's a conversation with Deb at the DLS. There's an alternative idea to take care of that where we don't want to. I know Mary doesn't want to touch anything from source stabilization unless we're going to use it for future planning. Usually, obviously best practices, you don't use source stabilization to pay for normal operating. But in this case, what's in front of you, we're trying to identify the best option to cover that deficit. And so this is one, so that we'll only have to raise and appropriate the remaining, I think it's like 300,000 left over that SOAR deficit once we've exhausted what's in the SOAR stabilization. But again, Mary has an alternative plan, which if it's good, I'm more than happy to support it and not touch SOAR stabilization. So I pass it to the committee.
Hey, Mary, can you hold on 1 second? Sure. If I can make a suggestion, 38 and 39 are what we just did, but 2 different invoices for previous years for this year.
That was 36.
Yeah, but then there's 38 and 39.
So 38 is
61,127. It's sewer retained, not stabilization.
Yep.
And it's
So
deficit.
so your retained earnings, the actual free cash of the enterprise, you're using 56,000 plus to pay an old bill. The remaining retained earnings of that free cash is $61,127. So here it's proposing to use it to go toward the deficit,
Yeah.
but considering this alternative
Okay,
plan.
so we'll put that one aside.
Yep.
And but the last one, just to say we did it, is the identical 56,998.37 for the previous year invoice.
That goes
Okay
with number
that.
36.
It's the same. It's the same as 36, but a different invoice.
Yeah, you're just moving the money around and
No,
then
it's
paying it with the other order.
No.
39.
No?
With 30. Moving from
36 and 39 go together.
Yes, exactly.
It's funding to cover the previous year bill out of
Oh, I see,
retained earnings.
39.
You have to move the money twice.
Oh,
Once
okay.
and-
So it's
and
the
then-
same amount of money just because it's to fund that particular invoice, but it's out of retained earnings. One's a
Okay.
transfer, one's a payment.
All right. Commissioner, the
So-
mic is yours.
Sure. So this story goes back to what we talked about last week when we presented the wastewater enterprise budget and the recommended sewer rate that came from the Board of Public Works. And what we were looking at, working with our CPA, Mark Abrahams, is to fund the deficit, the projected deficit for FY23 through the FY24 sewer user fee. Mark has done this for other communities in the past. There's a call tomorrow with the city, the Department of Local Services, and Mark, in order to confirm that DLS will continue to support this mix of 2 fiscal years within an enterprise fund. If that's the case, then the city council is going to be faced with that decision to, when you approve your sewer rate, if you approve it at the recommended $8.58, that will take care of the existing year's deficit as well as FY24, the costs associated with FY24 operations. And we also talked about, that'll be a future discussion with city council, but an appropriation that would support a study in FY24, so that come FY25, the city has a better handle on what the enterprise fund should be paying for and what those costs are associated with that. As you recall, we brought up other costs that fell outside of the wastewater collection and treatment system that are currently being funded through the enterprise fund. That being said, the Board of Public Works with the 276.5 has looked at that funding as a source of funds to move forward with, looking at the end of the final years of the long-term service agreement to get a handle on how the performance is. We've already contracted with Hazen. They're completing an asset and inventory review, condition assessment of the plant assets. We've got a contract with Mark Abrahams. He's working on looking at the financial look back for the last 5 years. That came out of the stabilization fund to date. In fact, the more recent contract with Mark Abrahams to do the review of the enterprise account and the projected rate for FY24 came out of the stabilization, or stabilization, and $142,000 for Kleinfelder to do the MS4 work that was associated with the consent decree. So to zero this out would prevent the Board of Public Works to continue moving forward. We know we're going to need legal services sooner rather than later with respect to the service agreement. We've put together an ad hoc committee. It's kind of unofficial. It's a team. I've worked with the mayor. It's myself, the city engineer, the DPW director, Mike Sullivan, Brian Beauregard, and Andy Fisk. We all bring something different to the table to begin looking at the contract documents as they are today. And Brian Beauregard, he's a self-proclaimed contract nerd. He identified a clause in the contract where we have almost less than a year to put the current contractor, which is Veolia, on notice that this contract's ending, and that puts some obligations on them to start doing some work with asset review and identification of properties that belong to the city of Holyoke, but they're currently using. We need legal assistance on this. The contracts, there's 2 3-ring binders, and the legal's coming sooner rather than later. So this is the Board of Public Works position with respect to the stabilization fund. We need to continue to have access to it, to hire those consultants so that when we get to that point where we're negotiating the next 20-year long-term service agreement or envisioning what it should look like, we've got that world-class team on our side and not sitting across the table from us. So that puts the council with another decision to make depending on how tomorrow's discussion with DLS goes. If DLS confirms that we can use the FY23 deficit and apply it to FY24 user fees, and the mayor's indicated he would support that, then that would be up to council to approve, actually through your approval of the recommended sewer rate.
So there's a lot of moving parts here, and it's really a matter of preference and direction everybody wants to go. So,
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Jordan.
Obviously, still studying all this, trying to keep an open mind, open perspective on all of it. Obviously, you have a lot of convincing yet to do, at least with respect to my vote relative to 858, when, you know, I still feel that the contract is a black box, that we still do not have a justification to the blank, you know, basically the check that we write every year, and there's no breakdown to how that's actually even calculated. And that's been going on for many years. That obviously predates your leadership and the current people in charge. So I'm not even sure we owe them what we owe them right now. And the question gets into a lot of the functions of the liabilities and all of that. We have a lot of things to sort out. I pointed out, I believe, Mary, at one point I even pointed to you to a presentation previously that one of the big sell points 20 years ago or whatever it is now almost, that they went, and I, by the way, for the record, I was strongly opposed to the privatization of all of this, and pretty much everything we said would happen, in fact, did happen. And one of them was, you're shifting all the risk, all the fines, all the liabilities to them. And yet I'm hearing things about, oh, Counselor, you know, I believe there's probably a bill percolating some point that, you know, we need $250,000 to pay the federal government for a fines that's occurring. By the way, we were told we would never be fined. This was one of the sell points. Go back in the record, read this old stuff that people were saying in support of this. So we'll see where that all goes. How much do you actually need for legal services? Because let me just say something about the sewer stabilization by way of historical context. Those dollars have always been treated as, this is more money that we had from the amount that people were charged for sewer rates to operate the fund, and so we put it over here. And so therefore, we would use those funds to subsidize future increases. So this isn't like the city side stabilization, which is a rainy day fund where, yes, we don't want to be paying for operations of the city out of the stabilization fund due to the fact that it's saying that you're not systemically, you should be using it either for capital or one-time expenses and things. This fund has been totally different. This is just a holding tank for excess revenue that we received, which anecdotally, I would also point out that every year we keep hearing that we're undercharging, but yet we keep running surpluses every year. So there's an anecdotal point on that by definition, if we're bringing in more money than we have bills, you're not undercharging the residents. So, but these funds have been used to subsidize future increases. So if that's not what we're doing here and you want to keep a portion to pay bills, I'm open to that. But to say carte blanche that, you know, we're going to keep all this money and jack up the rate even more to have an even higher sewer rate, that hasn't traditionally been what we've done. So I think we would need a breakdown of what these other type of, you know, studying expenses you would have.
Sure, if I could respond to that.
Sure.
So the sewer enterprise fund is a cash-based fund, unlike the general fund.
Correct.
So the reason that we have this large surplus is because 2 years ago we began an aggressive collection campaign. So that cash came in.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if we're short cash or we have excess cash, unlike the general fund where it just, continues, and this is looked at differently from the accounting process as well as from the Department of Local Services. So I guess what I want to say on behalf of the Board of Public Works, because we've had these discussions at a number of our meetings, it's up to the council to decide how you want to spend that money, but be aware of the fact that if we want a good next 20-year contract term, we're going to need to hire those consultants in order to get us to that point. So if you want to fund that through other
Well, what about the
available
$500,000
funds-
that we've already used for consultants? I thought that's what we appropriated, $450,000 for the purposes of preparing ourselves to study for the contract. Yeah, we've already taken a ton of money out of this for that.
No, you took out, there's $142,000 that was taken out for Kleinfelder, and that was for the MS4 work. That was for stormwater work. That had nothing to do, that was a result of the consent decree that we got and needed to get up to date on our MS4 work.
I believe we've appropriated more than that.
We had another 100,000, maybe 102,000 that came out for Hazen to do that asset management review. We're currently at the conclusion of that, where they've looked at all of the equipment at the plant, all of the pumps, the motors, the maintenance system.
No, I'm talking a contract analysis. We had an appropriation from the mayor that we
It's all
approved.
tied. It's all, everything she's explaining
Yeah,
right now is all tied to.
We have not done a legal review yet of the contract.
I didn't say you did, but I'm saying that we have appropriated about $450,000 from this account for that
Oh, you're thinking of
purpose.
the integrated management plan, the capital, the CIP. That
was
comes
from
from the
marijuana.
cannabis fund.
No. Well, maybe it was from cannabis.
Yeah, no,
money.
that's.
But that's supposed to be to do for the contract.
No, that was to do an integrated management plan. That is looking at all of the infrastructure associated with wastewater and stormwater in the city. In fact, we've got our kickoff meeting with department heads tomorrow to begin to prioritize and get an understanding of what the conditions of our system are.
Mary, we were told, I specifically asked that we had money appropriated for the purposes of doing the contract review, and that we were
That
hiring
had
a
nothing to do with the
consultant.
contract review.
Oh, well, then somebody misspoke to me at that meeting.
don't know.
So we'll have to play the tape
Yeah,
back.
yeah,
We should pull the
play the
minutes
tape back.
because that was what was discussed at
That
the meeting.
that was an integrated management plan that was going to provide us with a 5-year CIP.
All right, we'll
that
have to
would-
go back and do the
You may
money
do
trail.
that because I would have never convoluted those two. They're
right,
two separate paths.
Well, I'm a halfway intelligent person, and I'm convoluted right now. And so I guess to say that we have no money at this point earmarked for the studying and moving forward an analysis of the contract, we already discussed all of this ages ago, that this work was funded.
No, so, well, this was never brought up with marijuana impact fee money, but the monies we used with Abrams, this was all part of that, but it's not.
It's not complete.
What's Abrams been
not-
paid out of?
He's been paid out of this.
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing the financial review. He's doing the financial look back.
Okay.
Those questions you asked
It's-
about, should we be paying the bills?
Right.
What do they consist of? That's something that's happening as we
Okay.
speak.
Okay.
Okay. But we still need to get together with the knowledge we're gleaning as a result of these studies. And again, it's people smarter than us that are going to have to work with us to determine what do we want our next 20-year plan to look like. I mean, I have to presume that the counselors that were here 20 years ago, you knew the level of effort that went into developing that RFP,
Yeah,
to
not
envisioning
enough.
what the
Not enough.
Right, and we don't want to make that mistake
Because
again.
I was on the other side. I
so
thought they were nuts.
We don't want to make
Well,
that
they had 8
mistake again.
votes.
So that's back to why we need these professional advisors with us to look at how can this treatment plant become energy efficient? How can we save monies on costs associated with disposing of our sludge, because PFAS is now an issue? How can we address the capital needs that might be at the plant because our new NIPIDs permit is out there and we have nitrogen removal limits?
Right.
All of that is what needs to be considered
Okay.
within the next 20-year contract.
So let's get on the same page, because I'm super supportive of you personally and everything you're doing. I think you're fantastic. I'm just saying, let's get this all mapped out so we can really understand what the ask is here and what you're trying to do financially. So is this, You need legal. Okay, so what is this like? You need 40 grand, 50 grand? What do we?
We're in that discussion now. We're just digging into, and the other thing we only got the documents associated with the contract in front of us in the last 6 weeks. We have been looking for the original documents. They materialized in the last 6 weeks. So we are digging deep into that, the ad hoc group, as well as DPW, and looking at what did they go through
right
17 years ago. And again, what did they consider and what do we want to consider?
Okay.
And I may sound like, I think Holyoke's next long-term contract can be a model. That is the goal of that committee we've put together. This is not going to be a bad deal. This can be a model that other communities can look at. How can we turn our wastewater operation into something that can generate revenues, that can be something the city's proud of, can save our ratepayers money, keep our receiving bodies of water clean. And over the years, these contract operations have been looked at as a negative with communities. There's no reason we can't flip that.
Also, to clarify, Councilor, too, just some of the comments you made, the sewer stabilization, that's new. We created that because we had, through commissioners' point about the aggressive collection, there was that $400,000 of retained earnings.
We just called it retained earnings. I don't think we had a separate account called sewer stabilization.
There wasn't, right. So, and then we created the sewer stabilization together.
Yep.
Yeah. We invested in the two different things that she just talked about. We put the difference into this newly created sewer stabilization. But historically, the city's used free cash to cover, to fund gap the sewer deficit.
Its own free cash. I'm not recalling an instance, correct me if I'm wrong, I am not recalling a general fund free cash going into the sewer account.
Okay.
What we have used is the sewer fund's free cash account to fund the sewer fund.
Okay.
Which is perfectly normal.
Yeah.
That's what it was there for. So that's not anything alarming. Can we get on one page all of these different expenses for this, that, and I think we need a cheat sheet where it has this study, this study, this study, this analysis, and what all this costs and where the sources are and what's projected, like a 2-sheet summary, because I got to get this all straight.
Sure, that's not going to happen tomorrow because again, we're wrapping up the Hazen report now, and that's going to identify for us the holes, the what don't we know, as a result of either records not being available or it wasn't part of what was expected to be recorded as a result of the service agreement. We pulled Mark Abrahams off of the financial look back in order to put him onto the sewer rate in the enterprise fund because that became a timing issue. You and I have spoken about that. We knew we had a deficit.
Yep.
So Mark is back on reviewing the billings for the last 5 years and the costs that are part of the contract, and we're doing it ourselves. The contractors should be supporting this. Have they? This is what we're putting together now. So that's going to happen in a couple of months. We did think we had time for legal. We thought legal was actually going to be the end of things, but based on what we've identified only in the last month in the contract with respect to that blow-up date, we tell the contractor we're giving them notice, and if we fail to do that in a timely fashion, we've lost an opportunity for them to do a lot of the work that's needed in order to put that asset together. So
you can't goof that up.
No, we don't. But again, that contract's this thick, and as you can guess, the contractor isn't going to be sharing this stuff with
In the
us.
meantime, I mean, we have an outside counsel budget. If we need to give 10 grand to get you going until you figure out the bigger master plan, I mean, I would hope that we would do something like that.
We had a proposal about a year and a half ago. Remember, I brought in another attorney, maybe close to a year ago. He was proposing $25,000 to start.
And just to be clear, because I keep hearing Councilor Jordan referencing using free cash to fight. It's not a best practice at all. Is it illegal? No, it's not illegal. But it's not a good practice to use free cash to fund gap operational deficits. So I just want to be clear that that's my policy I'm looking forward to follow. So it's not anything that you'll ever right now, the reason why this proposal is here in front of you is because the conversations I've had with the auditor and Mary, is if we're funding a deficit using alternative, there has to be a plan to make sure it doesn't happen again. Otherwise, we're just doing the same thing over and over, and we're not really bringing resolution. So, this practice of using free cash to close a deficit from operational I'm trying to get us away from that. It's not a good practice.
No, we should pay our bills timely, Mayor, but what I'm saying is using sewer fund free cash to cover deficits for the next year's fund, that's just saying that you used unspent money of the prior year to pay next year's bills.
But that wasn't unspent money from prior year. That was monies that was it's not monies that was aggressive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you for bringing that up, because I almost missed not addressing that point. Those of us who have been the critics of the massive rate increases that this council has adopted over the years, one of my arguments is saying how it's patently unfair that the 85% of the people who have historically paid their bills have to pay an extra 15% because so many don't pay, okay? So some of us have been beating the drum to say, hey, DPW, will you get a shut-off program down there? Mm-hmm. Will you ever create a shut-off so that the 15% pay, right? Well, guess what? We actually finally pulled it off. Mm-hmm. That was because of this room beating the drum to do that. Because all we would get from the past DPW is, yeah, sounds like a great idea, but, we can't do that. And then, and they never did, by virtue of the fact that they're running the place and never did it. So as a result, they finally, after this council created an ordinance and beated the drumbeat enough, they actually did it. And guess what? People paid because they were going to shut them off. So my point is, that's not put a pin on our chest and say, great job that we actually collected all the money we were owed, and that money is being used now to subsidize the amount that everybody, the 85%, had overpaid for all those years. So that's not to say, oh my God, that free cash, that now new collection created a free cash that we're now using for rate reduction. That's because the rates were artificially higher in the first place because the 15% never paid. So this is a thank you back to the 85% that overpaid. That's just logic. That's just fairness.
Hang on, please. Please. We got to open up the circle. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll use a lot fewer words, but I'll probably make the same point. Here's the way I'm looking at this. I am not in favor at all of making a new rate pay for an old bill. We should use the retained earnings to pay down the old bills. That's what that money is for. Not charging a higher rate now to pay for 2022 and 2023, or 2023 and whichever back year we're talking about. But I will say this, I voted to hire the consultant to review the contract. That's what I was voting for when I voted for whatever that money was that we voted on a number of months ago. My support would go to using our next free cash in a one-time payment, which I consider extraordinary relative to reviewing the contract. But that's what I believed I was voting for a few months ago. I thought we were getting ahead of the curve on reviewing the contract. Now it looks like there were like a number of things that were sort of parallel or intersecting that are all relating to the contract. So I'm not taking anything away from that. So I think when we get our free cash certified, then we should look at what the costs are going to be going forward. In the meantime, we can pull out of outside counsel in the current budget that looks like there's enough money in there not to slow anything down relative to moving forward with the contract review. I'm in favor of supporting the items on the agenda tonight for the transfers. Thank you.
To our auditor, who's been patiently waiting to chime in on something.
I just wanted to say that because Councilor Jordan was talking about the general fund supporting the sewer rate, and I was looking to see if I could find the figures for you, but when I first came here, the sewer was in deficit, and for 2 years in a row, they ended up writing off the shortage in the revenues, and 1 year it was over $1 million. So I do agree with what you're saying. When they started the shut-off program, so like, yes, I definitely saw that, but I don't know where that ends. So like, have we collected all that? I don't have that information, but I did want to say that I've seen the general fund support the sewer fund, like to an extent of where it did not make me comfortable. It wasn't free cash though, but it was written off on the tax, with the state saying that because, we're not willing to raise our rates, that we did have to write that off. I don't think you were here, Councilor Jordan, at that time, but I can get those figures for you if you'd like them.
Okay. And I don't want to go in, but I think a piece of this too that got dicey and sort of blended things together is there's also that $1 million reserve account for work that allegedly Aquarian, now Suez, they created this thing that they can spend down like up to $1 million, and the city's supposed to replenish it for various work projects going on. And so they might use $300,000 in a year, and it's like construction work. It's not really for the actual operations, or it's just to do capital improvements around the system too. They started blending that in with the actual operational contract. So that should also be examined too, but that got dicey.
We are looking at that, and
Okay.
it's actually to the tune of, it's a certain dollar figure each year.
Right.
And we talked about that at the last meeting.
Okay.
And it's $140,000 this current year. It's
Okay.
intended by the contract to have them do what would be expected for maintenance activities in that given year. Unfortunately, a lot of that's been used to offset the emergency responses because of the excessive breaks that are happening in the system. That's the reason for that $700,000 deficit this year, is we had a lot of sewer breaks. And back to that integrated management plan, it's our intent to get ahead of that, to get an idea of what the condition of our system is, so that we can begin putting together a CIP and apply for grants in order to improve the system before we're responding to breaks. So, Councilor Bacon, you're right. One of those projects was to look at that, and that's the Hazen project. The other project, the integrated management plan, again, that is separate from that. It was to get the first time ever an analysis, a detailed, comprehensive analysis of what our collection systems, stormwater and wastewater look like, and what are the priorities of the city. And the city's going to determine those priorities. And again, tomorrow's our first kickoff meeting with respect to that. So at the end of the day, though, let me just conclude as representing the board here. The wastewater operations cost what they cost. Sewer breaks cost what they cost. City council can determine how you want to pay for it. If you want the user to pay for it, if you want a mix of the user and the taxpayer. And this supports, and again, I don't know if you were listening in on last week's meeting, but the Board of Public Works with Mark Abrahams, our presentation included a recommendation that FY24 be used to fund a study to dig down into what are the sewer users paying for. As noted, it's MS4, it's our flood control program, it's things that fall under the ordinance, which specifically says the collection and treatment of wastewater. The enterprise fund actually supports more than that. So with that detailed review and review with the public, then the council and the public can determine what would be a fair way of addressing those costs.
Number one, the wastewater treatment plant was never privatized. Privatized is the selling of a service, a business, a building, an entity. The city did not sell the wastewater treatment plant. I just have to say that because you say it all the time, and I say that all the time.
Privatize the operations. We didn't sell the real estate.
We have a
I'll agree with
management
you on
company,
that.
and we need to look at the management contract before it's re-entered into the next 20 years. I think we all agree, to that part. But like Councilor Bacon, I am opposed to property tax general fund dollars being used to supplement the wastewater treatment plant budget. It's unfair to people who are not users. It's unfair to people who are users, because it's like they're paying double. It's, they're paying their rate on a quarterly basis, and then money's coming out of their property tax to pay for these deficits. So that has to be resolved. Now, Mary, you're right. I mean, the city council has a lot to say about this, but we don't push the go button. That guy does. And this is the only thing that's in front of us right now. So I don't know, Mayor, if you're looking for...
So here's, considering this conversation's happening tomorrow, you can approve this, but at the council meeting, maybe send it back to the auditor. You can send it back to the auditor now. Just know that, let's say we do go forward with this and we used this strategy to pay for half the SOAR enterprise, the remaining half, I'm not going to be presenting any article in front of the body using free cash or stabilization to cover half. What's going to happen is the auditor is going to raise and appropriate through taxation, and you'll see it in your tax bill. So, it's up to you what direction you guys want to go, but that's what I'm proposing here.
That's all I'm asking. That's fair. Yep. Is what are you proposing? It's in front of us, obviously. Tanya, to answer city councilors' questions next Tuesday, what time frame are we dealing with this? The sewer stabilization fund isn't going away. But as far as when will DLS and you and the outside auditor start looking at the deficit being transferred over to the recap sheet, I guess?
So that would be by June 30th.
It happens right away.
Well, I'm not going to say that because of the way that the billing goes, but we would want to have that in the sewer fund and encumber it towards that deficit by the end of the fiscal year, because that deficit, they used to bill for it in September, but from what I understand now, they're going to send us an invoice by the end of the year, June 30th. Mary, is that correct? Mm-hmm. So once they send us that invoice, which the state said that we should prepare for the end of the year, which is why these orders are in front of you now, we want to be able to encumber that funding so that they don't say, okay, you have a revenue deficit and now you're going to have to raise the whole thing. So it's 770 as far as I know right now. With these, it brings it down to I want to say 383 or something like that.
Where are we with the billing cycle and reconciling the revenue coming in?
So it's done through March right now. We did get cash receipts through April that I'll be reconciling. I have to share that information with Mark Abrams.
So don't we get a grace period to reconcile the last 2 months of the fiscal year, of the quarter?
I mean, we will be reconciling, but we're not reconciling this retained earnings, because that retained earnings needs to be encumbered towards that invoice. So the revenues that you bring in...
I'm talking about the deficit, though.
The deficit is caused by the lack of revenues.
But if we don't know what the actual final revenues are...
It's a good point, yes, absolutely. But like I said, it's not going to... I don't think it's...
I mean, there could be some people that, didn't pay last quarter, now they're faced with, penalties if they don't pay 2 quarters pretty quick.
Yeah, I feel like as long as we are willing to cover it, whether it be through stabilization, sewer enterprise stabilization, if you took a vote at the beginning of next year, we might be all right. We'll know more tomorrow. We're going to have a conversation with the DLS. So I think we could ask that question, definitely, if you'd like.
Please. And if we could get that whole conversation with DLS tomorrow,
yes,
summarized for us by next Tuesday, I think it will help, because next Tuesday is it.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. Through the chair to Tanya, when it comes to resolving our accounts with the state, if at the end of June, we're sitting here with a $777,000 deficit, they're going to take it off our cherry sheet, correct? To balance it and encumber our funds, correct?
So it doesn't come off the cherry sheet, but after tax rate recap, yes.
I'm saying the wrong word.
Yes, but
Sorry.
we will, but as Councilor McGivern was saying too, we are still going to be reconciling our revenues at that time as well.
I do understand that, but the point I'm making is you cannot kick this can down the road. It's either 770 or it's 391 or it's whatever it is. And we can say whatever rate we're going to make, but at the end of the year, that deficit is going to be cured either by us or by the state. And again, I'm going to restate my support for moving this money to cutting that deficit. This is money the ratepayers paid.
Right.
It's supposed to be used to pay the bill.
Right.
End of debate in my mind. And that's where I'm standing on it, barring any other strategic arguments.
Tanya, if we don't pay this prior year invoice, does that add to the deficit?
It does.
Any other discussion?
Well, the other thing that I think, and I just leave it out not for an answer, but to point out, a lot of what used to be general fund expenses were moved into the sewer fund years ago, i.e. street sweeping, i.e. I've never gotten a good answer about who pays for the for the million gallons of brook water that pours into Hillside Avenue sewer system every day. Who pays for that? Who pays for 91 for all that water that comes off the highway and pays that? So I have to pay that? Or should that be paid by everybody that drives down 91? I've never gotten an answer to those questions. But yet, we'll talk about, like there's this clear delineated wall of all these absolutes. We talk about the construction projects that are due to the general system that is for everybody that drives down the street. Okay? So this whole notion that I think it's a simplistic way to look at it to say, oh, here's the city budget and over here's the sewer fund, and it's just all unilaterally in one of the two. There's a lot of things here that are blended, and I just think we need to consider all these. It's much more complex, and I'm not saying anybody's simplifying it by any means, but I'm just saying when we're really going to look at this for the future going forward, we have to really consider all these points. And before we just say, okay, here's another tax increase and here's another massive sewer increase. Because, these massive increases every year. We had a sewer rate of $1.95 in 2005 that was running a $3 million surplus. This free cash account had $3 million in it with a $1.95 rate. And now we're to the point where the rate is $8.58. We've quadrupled the rate in 4 years, and it's an insatiable. It's like you're at the Shamu show and you keep throwing fish into the whale's mouth, and he just wants more and more and more, and it never ends. So I am not convinced that we have a firm answer that when we write them a check for $7 or $8 million, I believe it is, that we even know that that's exactly how much we're even required to pay. But yet, all these assumptions go in that we just write a check and there you go. So there's just a lot more discussion, and we're not going to solve that tonight. And I'm not expecting.
No, but we do have to get to a point where we got to make a decision.
Well, these seem to me to be. I think these are a yes vote to me on all of these, because I say, Mr. Chairman, that we should pay the $57,000 deficit bill. I think it's owed. We should pay it. And the other one, that's item 39, is just a compendium to that. As far as the 27,600, I think we should pay that. It's using the funds for that. Now, if something happens between now and Tuesday and we're given concrete that says, no, hold back, hold 50,000, hold 100,000 because we need these other services, I could be convinced to change my vote on item number 37. And then 38, I believe, is the same issue as 36, correct?
37.
Isn't 38 the 61,000
It's current year.
current year? So that's just saying we're going to pay our bill.
Right.
So that doesn't seem
It
controversial.
connects with 36.
Okay.
I agree, but and only because this is the only thing in front of us.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with all that. I just want to know the difference, that $300,000 difference of what's left for the sewer deficit. Raising the tax rate recap, or are we going to?
I will
It's gonna
jump.
take it.
Or you're going to
No, we have to address it.
address it at the rate?
Cure it.
How do you?
Well, we're not sure yet. That's the part of, do we even owe the 300? That's number one, because the question is the bill being calculated correctly? Number two is the fund paying for things it shouldn't be funded? Like, for example, how much does street sweeping cost a year? I don't know. Do you know that number?
I have
I don't
no
know.
idea.
I don't know that number.
Yep.
So maybe if we take that out, we don't owe 300,000. So
But, street sweeping keeps a lot of stuff out of the sewers.
No.
That keeps it out of being treated in the wastewater treatment plant and makes it more efficient with the wastewater treatment plant.
Understood. I totally
Like all the
agree.
stormwater you talked about, if that wasn't in the system, there'd be less stuff going through the wastewater treatment plant. It'd be cheaper. And I'll answer your question about your rate analysis. It's like the middle school. It's like the MSBA. Worcester completely redid their system before Holyoke. Completely, 100% paid for by the federal government. Cleaned up the river, cleaned up everything with a wastewater treatment plant that was state of the art to go with. MSBA comes to Holyoke. Same thing with the federal government. All of a sudden, they don't want to pay for all this. So we got a wastewater treatment plant in the 60s that, as soon as it opened up, was outdated and could not handle the problems of Holyoke. So the rate to operate the sewer treatment plant, my neighbor was a grade 6 operator down there for many years, paid for the operation. But this next item on our agenda was pushed in the back and pushed in the back. And the CSO issue was like, oh, that's not a problem. They're never going to tell us to clean up the Connecticut River. Well, guess what? That's the elephant. All right? Yeah. So we got to adjust the rate, but that's not tonight's topic.
It's just a question of how much. And like I said, I'm trying to keep an open mind on it and say I need more information. But I will say we took general fund expenses 20 years ago and moved them into this account. The street sweeping was always just a line item in the DPW budget, and they got cute and said, oh, well, we'll save some money and shift it over there. Well, now I get I listen, all well-intentioned, but these things like, we should never use general fund money to pay for sewer expenses. Yeah, but you were cute by moving all those expenses into the sewer fund. So now if you're going to take a principled position on that, you should say, well, take those expenses that were general fund expenses and pay them out of the general fund. And then say, now, okay, this is strictly for what the sewer users are using, and then charge them the appropriate rate. I don't think anybody disagrees with that.
Right. Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Reagan.
Just quickly, at least 2 years ago, if not 4 or 5, we've had the discussion in council chambers about taking anything that was citywide out of the enterprise fund to be funded citywide. Nothing was ever done out of DPW to do that, so it hasn't happened. But I think the whole council generally was fine if street sweeping went back into the general budget, because it is a citywide service. Simple. Thanks.
So, next steps here, you'll approve this. We're going to carve out whatever we might need for your consultant thing, and we'll do with the auditor kind of how we're going to deal with that other stuff. So it's kind of like a
And get that to
minor
us by
change.
Tuesday.
By Tuesday. And then also, I think we're going to have to rework the numbers of what that rate increase will be with the remaining deficit.
Right.
Okay. All right.
And then we can probably carve out, because Councilor Jordan was talking about exactly what we talked about last week with that proposed study to figure out what. So
Yep.
I'm going to ask
We
the
got
mayor to
homework.
put in there
Sounds good.
But
funding for
Mr.
that.
Chair, I have to make one more point.
Go. It's okay.
If the deficit remains as of June 30th, it doesn't make a difference to the deficit if you make the rate cover half of it, because it's going to be cured by the state. So there is no basis after June 30th for jacking up the rate beyond what is needed for the new year.
That's what tomorrow's discussion is going to confirm
Right,
with
but so
DLS.
there is no discussion to be had to go in between funding the current enterprise budget and paying for old debts. It's not going to be on the table.
But we learned if it's a structural deficit, we have to learn from it.
Correct.
And address to the
But we
structural
can't fix
deficit.
it in the rate.
is a-
Not, you know what I mean? Because it will already be dealt with by the state. They're going to make us fix it. They're not going to let us fix it by making a higher
Through
rate.
taxation, through all the
No,
taxpayers.
no.
No, but we need like.
So that's what
Tanya's
tomorrow's.
nodding her head. She knows they're going to take it right off.
So that's what DLS, the discussion tomorrow is all about. Can we fix that deficit with using the sewer rate that's being projected?
I'll believe it when I see it in writing.
Sure, if that's why we're having that discussion
In
tomorrow.
writing, not a talk. Because I'm not buying that. I can't believe it. I have to see it in writing from them to believe it, that they would do that, but okay.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to adopt these 4 items at the moment.
Second.
That was quick.
Good for you,
Sorry,
Juan. Good for
All
you.
right, Juan, he's still awake.
Very, very quiet.
Counselor Jordan.
I am a yes on Juan's
Counselor
motion.
Flello. Counselor Tallman.
Yes, absolutely.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Yes, please.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Okay, we got one more, and Chris, Mary, you can stay right there. Chris, come on in. We're going to do this quickly. Chris and I talked earlier. We know this loops into eventually to the rate, obviously, but this loops into the whole discussion. This is the mayor's request to bond for, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but to bond for CSO projects and for items of that nature that are connected with the treatment plant and with the combined sewer overflow issues in the city. Chris, you and I talked. You want to give us?
Okay, I'm gonna
what-
try. I'm gonna try and keep it brief.
Absolutely.
But it's a big ask, so.
No, it is important. I'm not
It's
asking you to cut corners, but it's a preliminary discussion that we're going to get to as quickly as we can, but we're not going to finalize it tonight.
Okay, this discussion. So we actually do need an appropriation by the end of June. So you will have to take a vote on this.
On $10 million? Forget it. There's no rate to support. Sorry. Go ahead. I'll tell you the
Okay.
way I feel in a minute.
So the city does have a current long-term control plan. We have a consent decree. The settlements are for violations under the Clean Water Act. I know we've discussed that in here before. Under the consent decree, we've agreed to complete projects to remove 85% of the volume of the CSOs to the Connecticut River. So the $10.5 million is the cost estimate when we submitted the project initiation form to get our state revolving fund application in. So that's just for 21A. So that's half of the 21 outfall for River Terrace. This project under the consent decree must be constructed by the end of 2027. The design plans are due by July of 2024. So we're at a 60% design. We have been funding all of the design through the CRCC funding that we've been getting, so we don't have a problem there. The SRF loans are a 2% low interest loan. I think everyone knows our Jackson Street CSO project is wrapping up. We will start be paying on that in fiscal year 24. So I did do a projection for the amount that we'd be paying would be something roughly $650,000 per year on this $10.5 million SRF loan.
For how many years? 20?
20-year loan, yeah.
And where would the $650,000 come out of?
Historically, all of these loans have been out of the sewer enterprise fund. It's something that could be discussed based on, what you're
I'm being
talking about.
facetious because right now we just talked about the
And
sewer
it could
enterprise
be.
fund
I mean,
being
it
a
is
deficit.
obviously we're taking a combined sewer and we're installing sewer and drain. So it's historic. All of those loans have historically come out of the enterprise fund.
All right, so River Terrace is separation,
It is.
and then where's the stormwater going to go?
So the stormwater will go out of where the Green Brook currently comes out. So everything's going to the same location that it was going before. It's getting taken out of the sewer side. There's a control structure
But
down
right now,
down the hill.
everything goes to the wastewater. Well, no, not up there.
It's on a good day it all goes to the wastewater treatment plant. And when it overflows, it goes into the Connecticut River
Right.
as mixed. Yep. So when it's separated, the stormwater will go directly to the Connecticut River, and the sewerage, because it won't have a lot of inflow and infiltration from the storms, should make it all to the treatment plant without
Mary,
overflowing.
what do we call MR, the
MS4?
MS4?
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, they're going to want us to start treating the stormwater.
It'll become an MS4 area, correct?
Okay, so the reason you're looking for this by June 30th is the agreement, the consent decree agreement, and
The timeline is really set by Mass DEP for the SRF loan, so we can
Mass
put in.
DEP giving us any money? Shut up, Joe. Just say, shut up, Joe.
So they, because we are an EJ community, they have historically granted a 9% loan forgiveness to the city on these loans, but there's no guarantee for that. We're also looking for a $2 million earmark. However, I will say that costs have gone up dramatically since this $10.5 million cost estimate was done. So I do anticipate needing the full $10.5 million, but our full SRF application is not going in until October. So this is the preliminary authorization, just so we're able to move forward with the process.
My issue, and then I'll open up this conversation, it's going to be a little bit longer than I thought, is if, and I realize the $10 million isn't going to be needed quickly, but in terms of borrowing.
Correct.
If the revenue isn't in place to pay for it, once we start having to pay back on it, it becomes part of the deficit, which comes out of the property tax, which there's no way in hell am I voting for that. That's my thought.
When's the first bond payment?
So it would be, I believe it would be in fiscal 26 or 27. It kind of depends when the project finishes up, but it could be as late as fiscal 27.
Councilor Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I am understanding something about the numbers correctly, when this kicks in 2026 or 2027, it would probably impact the sewer rate by 60 cents?
I didn't do the math. The deficit, so starting in fiscal 24, the debt that we're carrying is about 1.9 million a year. And by fiscal 26, adding this, it'll be 2.5 million. So it's going up. And then 21B, which we're obligated to complete by 2029. Obviously, everything starts overlapping, and so we're up to probably around 3 million carrying debt on the enterprise fund.
So I think it would be important for us to understand how that will impact the rates, considering that's what we're talking about now to cure the deficit. So I think we need to understand what the impact would be.
Okay, I do actually have that documentation. I don't have it with me, but we did do a rate analysis for the long-term control plan and for the consent decree to provide to the EPA.
Okay, thank you.
Again, yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor J.
Yeah. So, Chris, I think what we, again, need to make the case, and of course, we do have some years here before this impacts the rate because we don't have any bills. We don't have to start paying for it until that time. I'm assuming there's no suggestion here that we start raising the rates now for this in 2023, 4 years in advance of this, right? We're not going to start actually raising rates until we actually have to start paying for it, right?
Is that a rhetorical question? Or
No, I'll call it a real question.
Real question.
I mean, leadership is not asking to jack up the sick, because that's probably about mathematically right, 50, 60 cent in the rate now for something 4 years until the bill's paid, right?
I don't think anyone is proposing that.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. So in the meantime, I think we need to really make the case about, as I've stated before, about the patent unfairness of this whole situation, that you have this really economically strapped poor community sitting on the side of a river who just happen to have a community that's built next to a river, and that's fairly older community and has this infrastructure, and the government is not, federal government who passed these rules, is not coming forward with the funds to do it. And the reality is for us 4 years from now to start, it's easy for me to just say yes now, and 4 years from now someone will start paying more money in their sewer rate. That's a challenge though, because I'm concerned it's not just this 10 million five, it's all these other ones that are coming. And I think we need to look at this in totality, like how far away are we from the next 10 million five? Is that 2 years from now you're going to be coming with a proposal?
So the long-term control plan has 3 projects in it to reach the completion of what the EPA asked for at this moment. So the final project would be Springdale Park, and that cost estimate was $8 million. That was not until 2037, I believe.
Okay.
So they gave a big
window on that one.
Yeah.
All right. So this is stage 1, I assume, right? What's stage 2?
So CSO 21 was broken into 2 phases.
Oh, I see.
So they were trying to get them roughly the same cost.
So it's 21 million.
So
and this is half of it.
It's something close to that.
And when does the next half occur?
So at the end of 2029, we have to be done with 21B. So those are only spread by 2 years. Yeah.
Okay. So we're talking 10 million 5 with a 2-year window.
Correct.
Which means there's going to be the city council in June 30th of 2025 will be asked to have another one of these. And then the question is, how do we afford all of that? And yeah, interesting.
I mean, we have made all these arguments. I mean, we did an affordability analysis. We tried to argue on behalf of the residents and the ratepayers, and we're fighting against EPA, DOJ, Mass DEP, and a long history of administrative orders. And
but the
this has been going on for years and years.
No,
so the
understood,
consent decree is the final.
Yeah, but the original argument of the community is not let's do it. The question is the affordability of taking what is a environmental problem and just saying it's only Holyoke's bill, and not seeing this in a global sense as a national issue and having national resources to support it. And this is why the city has wanted to do these things, but it's just a question of blood from a stone, I mean, again, when I come back to the financial burden to live in this community, you have to deal with the deck of cards you're dealt. And the deck of cards in this community is you have the poorest residents in the state. And they're paying the highest residential burden as a percentage of their income. And that's just a fact. And to take this and they say, well, it's only another $200 a year, or it's only another, this and that on the residents. These bills have coupled with the taxes. It's just enormous. And I know you're just the person that's coming here and giving us the facts as you should, and everything you do is appropriate. But I'm just saying, we're have to look at the broader point here of the impact to the daily lives of the residents. And it's a real challenge. And I don't understand why Congressman Neal and these other people don't get it. He's a nice guy.
You see the turnout in the last election in Holyoke?
Yeah.
Percentage?
Not too good.
Yeah. But these guys in Washington that represent us, they got to come through. And I only use his name because he happens to be our congressman. They got to come through with the money for this community, and for that matter, the others. I mean, again, I say things like, they build in the 60s, they put 91 through our city, and here's all this runoff. I was told 20 years ago, I don't know if you guys have studied this, but what percentage of the runoff, of the combined mix is street runoff? I was told it's 87% of the total flow is not from the residents, but it's from street runoff. And everybody uses the streets, whether you're from Holyoke or not. How many people drive down 91? They all from Holyoke? Can I put a toll at each end? I mean, this is a regional, state, national issue, and yet Holyoke residents only have to pay. And it doesn't seem fair that I have to pay for all the street runoff of 91.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but these are the regulations we're living under. So
I know.
We are very much stuck with this now that the city has signed a settlement with DOJ.
But we agreed to that, and if we funded, but the issue is the people in power who throw billions and gazillions around the world. I mean, every missile they shoot at somebody is like $700,000. Okay? And they blow up somebody that nobody will ever even know, needlessly. And yet, how many of those? I watched the sewers in Baghdad being replaced. But yet, Holyoke is in this situation. But yet, we don't have any money to give Holyoke. But we can spend money all over.
And we have poverty. Not poverty we created. Poverty that's handed to us, and we service it. The mayor's proposal about public safety issues tonight with the new person with the homeless liaison, the money that we do as a community. Yale Street, DMH home. Beach Street, DMH home. Anybody familiar with Oak, Sargent, and Beach Street? CHD runs a family shelter that has 8 apartment buildings, 2 families per apartment. We're talking close to 50-something apartments of families that need, a lot of single moms, a lot of single dads, and also couples that need that type of shelter. They're not Hoyokers. I'm a probation officer. I got a call incoming from Bill Ricca, a sex offender. I got an address. I go up and the sign on the door says you have to go to the management company. I knock on the management company. I'm not going to say, I think it was CHD at the time. They said, oh yeah, Mr. So-and-so is here. Yes, okay, we understand, and we'll let you in. So I said to the guy, why are you living in Holyoke? He goes, it was the next available apartment on the list, so they told me I had to come out here. Holiday Inn, we lost. Yeah. Homeless family from Florida came up here because they had nowhere else to live. It goes on and on and on. We are oversaturated with the Bay State Medical Laboratory took over the Mayrox manufacturing building, which Dr. Wang was going to be the savior of Holyoke when he built there because we were going to be the next technology corridor on 991. We don't get $1 out of them or no excise tax out of 200 cars that are parked there overnight because they're medical. Spiro, he just tears down houses to expand parking instead of building a parking deck. All right, shut up, Joe. This made this conversation more than 10 minutes.
I know. Well,
But
it's
enough is enough. We got to stand up to them and tell them to come on in and find us, and then they can have the keys to the city.
Yeah.
Because
What are they gonna
there's not
do?
much left.
Yeah.
Chris, you're just the messenger. It's not
Yeah,
about you.
I can tell you that if they chose to enforce it, the stipulated penalties are between $1,500 and $5,000 a day, depending on what's not done.
They're going to find out it's like the schools. They took it over, and they don't have a solution to fix it. What are they going to do? Take over Holyoke? I mean, it's almost
They took over the
laughable.
schools and destroyed them. We
Yeah,
lost
exactly.
330 teachers we lost.
It's just
teaching in
so-
other communities now, and they're paying new teachers coming out of college extra money because they don't want to come work here.
These are irresponsible threats that they make against a poor city that some of us feel very frustrated at, because you pass these votes, and I know the devastating, it doesn't hurt me personally. Okay, yeah, I'm out, whatever. But, I'm doing better than most. To have this, to do this to senior citizens, to average residents who I know are on a per capita income of $19,000 a year that live in this city, that are paying property taxes, who are trying to keep body and soul together, who are watching groceries go through the roof. I don't know. It's a miracle how folks are doing it. And then to just layer this on top, and I say to them, well, hey, somebody's got to pay for the runoff at 91, and they picked you. They picked you to pay it. Poor slob driving a truck making 40 grand a year. It's not fair. It's not just. And that's the part that is so unsavory about this and so difficult for me. That's the part, not that the work doesn't need to be done. It's just, why can you just pass rules in Washington and hand your bill to the poor people of Holyoke in single amount? National problems are solved with national resources. And when I watch all this money wasted in Washington, not going to these type of important, this is an important project. But how do you just pass that bill to some senior citizen or working family in this community over and over? And we've already quadrupled the rates. What more do you want from these people? And you watch the tax bills keep going up and up and up. I don't know. It's not sustainable long term. And you do this 60 cents, and they want $1.08, and it's and then in 2 years it'll be another 60 cents. And how much more do you want from these people?
When was the agreement made with DEP?
So it was filed in March of this year.
Okay. We received this on June 6th of this month. I think we need more time.
Okay. I can talk to DEP. I was given notification that we needed appropriation by the end of June in order to be able to secure SRF funding for this year. It's possible that we could still get the project done if we secured SRF funding in October of 24, and began the project in 25, but it doesn't leave very much leeway for us.
But
so that's,
if you could let us know.
those are the options, yeah.
Because, and Chris, your work is impeccable. Thank you, because what you did in 10 minutes, we took up 25.
Yeah.
What you did
You
in
do a
10
great
minutes.
job, Chris. We're all super
you
super
spelled
impressed
it out
with you.
clear and dates and everything, and
Yeah, no, I can appreciate the difficult decision ahead of you. I mean, all I can really tell you is what the penalties are under the settlement that the city has, and the decision is really with you.
we get it, and I said this, Mary, the other night, and Carl and everybody, Chris, I think you were here. We have a lot of new counselors that are just starting to understand terminology, consent decree, and mandates, and what's going on, and what we know we have to do it, and it's the right thing to do it.
Yeah.
It's like Kevin said, eventually there's no money left.
Yeah.
We can want to do the right thing, but
Then the state will be paying for it because they'll be running the city.
We'll figure it out like we always do. I mean, we want the work done. We got to think through what the financial impact is. You know, I think you guys do need to give us what is the actual rate to fund the 650,000 and what possible opportunities there are out there for funds, if it's the 2 million, if it's the 9%. I mean, the end of the day, you know, we will act, you know, we will manage this like we manage everything else.
Be more interested in not us voting on a rate, and I'm not saying immediate, but eventually, than on voting on a bond that's not going to be needed for years.
Yeah.
I think if they see us making efforts towards funding a wastewater treatment plant, they got to say, all right, Holyoke's going in the right direction.
Right.
I hope.
Let's hope.
All right, and
so motion to table
depending what
this.
Chris comes back with, we may be having a special meeting on top of a special meeting, Mr. Mayor.
So motion to table.
Motion made,
this
second
item.
to table. We're not going to discuss it. I'll roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Plowell?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. It's on the table. Motion to adjourn. All
Second.
those in favor, any
All right.
opposed? Let's get out of here.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.